Songs that I don't even consider music anymore.
Wait, shit, where's the music? Oh! Yo! Hey, Deficient, what's up, man? Alright. Just let your mom DJ like she asked? No, she's gonna get me in copyright problems. That's her thing. Plus, here's the deal, like, to stream, you gotta know, like, hey, how do I broadly appeal to, like, a bunch of different music tastes? And, like, not really, No, and plus, by the way, I've known my mom now for 35 years. I know exactly what she's gonna do. She's gonna play the same goddamn 20 songs I heard growing up and just replay over and over and over again. She'd be like, wait, but Stevie Nicks and Fleetwood Mac, they're like legendary, they're gods. And I'm like, yeah, cool. But like, I've heard rumors about 8 billion times in my lifetime. What's up, everybody? Yeah, in a sec. There we go. Like, I don't have random music tastes. What? Okay, wait. Mom, recommend a song right now. Wait, recommend a song for stream. Hang on. Let's see this. What are you gonna... And we're not playing Clapton. Let's see here. Okay, here you go. See? Come on now. Clearly you don't listen to them enough. You wish you would. What are you gonna recommend, Mom? How is Rush not like, got it? Sheryl Crow, Steve McQueen. That is beyond dad music, though. Like, Rush... Okay, there we go. How could you ever get tired of Rumors? That's the thing. It's a great album. It is a great album. It's not a good stream album. Okay? Now, here, let me show you. Okay? Here. We're going to do, like, an intro. And we're going to just play, like, Rumors from Fleetwood Mac. Okay? Here we go. Alright, ready? Like, we're going to do, like, the intro to the stream. Okay? Uninvited. Mom, that's not stream music. You're talking about just music you like to listen to. Alright, hang on. So... All right, chat. You ready for this stream? You see what I mean? It's a mismatch. It's a mismatch. Brian Eno, yeah, play Brian Eno. He won't let you adhere, but you can just be wrong. It's okay. It's okay. You're vibing. No, it's a good vibe. But like, as far as like getting into a stream, like, it's not a. You know what I mean, right? She was even saying Alanis Morissette uninvited, okay? Hang on. Hey guys, I love my mom. But if we're talking about live stream, okay? Here you go. This is what she was recommending. Okay? Like. We're getting into like a live stream and we're like going for Alanis Morissette, like. Vibes, honestly, it's a great song. No, it's a good song. Actually, you want to know something really good? Here. It is a really good song. Yeah, it sounds like the stream is winding down. Thank you. Hang on. Let me show you something cool. I love Alanis Morissette. I do think, though, her best work... Hang on, let me find this. She honestly made my favorite acoustic album I've ever heard. Jagged Little Pill got a musical? What? Where is the... Because Amanda and I heard this on the way to Gen Con. Oh my god, where was this? Jagged Little Pill acoustic? Depends on what the stream's about. Yeah, guys, we're gonna talk about stalkers today. Start out with uninvited. Dude, okay, wait. Hang on. Okay, this album, Jagged Little Pill acoustic, is absolutely sick. I love Jagged Little Pill. It's a great album. Absolutely. I think like from the 90s, this is definitely like a this is easily a 9 out of 10 for like what the 90s came out with. But like, holy crap, her rearrangements on this. Hang on, let me find a couple here, okay? Hand in my pocket.
I'm poor, but I'm kind.
Ooh, ooh.
I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah.
Oh, what?
I'm high, but I'm grounded.
Ooh.
I'm sane, but I'm overwhelmed. I'm lost, but I'm hopeful. Be there.
Oh.
And what it all comes down to.
Oh, what?
Everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine.
What is that new chord right there? Oh.
'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is giving a high five.
Oh, that is sick. And then here, you where's You Ought to Know? Yeah. Oh, this is an actual acoustic cover. Oh. Here, we'll get to the part that everybody knows.
Sure, she'd make a really excellent mother. 'Cause the love that she gave that we made wasn't able to make it enough for you to be open wide. No.
She does hate men. Wow, Mom, getting spicy and political in the chat.
Every time you speak her name, she
Ooh.
know how you told me to hold me until you died. Till you died, but you're
still alive. Ooh.
Down here
Ooh.
to remind you of a mess you left between you and away.
Come on. No, she hates one man. All right, she hates that. What's his name? The fucking dude from Full House. Yeah, goddamn, what the shit? Your new favorite coffee house mix? This is a sick acoustic album. Dave Coulier, thank you. Yeah, the fucking Uncle Jesse motherfucker. Yeah, the one that Mom was talking about, Clapton's Unplugged, is good. However, here we go. No, you can't beat Nirvana Unplugged in New York. This is disgustingly good. This whole performance is insane. I don't need to get this stream anymore fucking taken down. Yeah. It was about John. Oh wait, I was about to say John Stamos. Yeah, nah. Dave Coulier. Even more. Yeah. Anyways, yo, everybody. What's up? Let me get here. Let me see here. Sure. Something that can just sit in the background. How about that? All right. So, the reason why, like, everything with the TTRPG stream was taking forever. My heater broke. There we go. Here, wait. Consult all over me, Daddy. Deficient. Yeah, this is the Degen side of D&D YouTube where we can act like that. We get on your channel, it's like, we gotta get sponsor friendly. Oh man. Hope you get a new heater. No, we got everything taken care of. We got it. We're good. We're all good. apparently there were heat strips or heater strips, and they were broken, which is a bad thing, and apparently can be an expensive thing if... Yeah. But, we got cool buddies, so shout out to Aaron Morton and our buddy Brent Cartwright for loaning us space heaters during all this. And I just went to Home Depot, got another space heater, and now we spent all that money, and now the heater's fixed. So, yeah, we're good. Now, just in time for this insanity. Yeah, showing you guys, because I wanted to get this fixed before we had this roll in. Yeah. This isn't going to be that rough. It's definitely not going to be the most easy to deal with, but, you know, hey, like, we've had way worse than this. The ice storm of, like, 2007 or whatever was, like, the real rough one around here. But, okay. Let's get into this. Why is my neck red? What? Oh my god. Am I having an allergic reaction? Let's see here. Culinarian from Vagabond. Yman? Non-caster jack of all trades, leans for survival and teamwork? What is a Yman? Is that like a Digimon? A naval rank and a tool. Oh, so like a navigator? I don't really know. We'll check it out. Culinarian for Vagabond. The Dungeoneer. Okay. Onyx, you submitted twice. Which one do you want me to take a look at? A Yakuza for Vagabond? Like the Japanese gangsters? He's allergic to mom rock. I would have died a long time ago if that was the case. Yeah, just fucking inject me with 5 cc's of Stevie Nicks! Insert redneck joke. You know. You're a cool mom. Yeah. Yeah. I'm taking you out to dinner next Thursday to a cool Italian place. You can lose that. We can lose that, Mom. You better watch your mouth. Best mom he's ever had. Aw. Alright, hang on. So let's take a look. First off, at least I just went from the oldest. Okay. Here, I'm going to turn this up because I need to turn this down a little bit more. Here, we'll do that. Exactly deficient. Mom, Mom, that's another YouTuber. Don't embarrass me in front of the other YouTuber. He has a bigger sub count than me, Mom. No. Oh, man. All right. So let's see. The path of toxicology. Oh, okay. We got a poisoner barbarian. I would say right off rip, it's already, without even getting into the mechanic, it's already looking a bit complicated, right? You have a loving family that supports you. Cringe. Wait, your mom came to your baseball games as a kid? Cringe. Oh, man. Okay, hang on. I'm going to zoom up on this. Okay. Yeah, here he didn't say anything about supporting him. Oh, man. Oh, that's great. Okay. That's the issue. Complicated in explanation, but simple in play, which is where I kind of gave up for a bit. Okay, so yeah, this is the Toxicology from, it looks like, from Unbroken Fire, from Barbarian. Omnitan Zero. Omnitan Zero. Hey, welcome. Okay. Way cooler than you saw. Deficient, we are fighting at Green Dragon Fest. Oh shit, I don't think I told you I'm going. Oh man. I'm looking forward. Wait, did I not tell you? Yeah. No, me and Amanda will be there. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, dude. I'm like, woo, God. Okay. I didn't? Oh, yeah, okay. So I told Josiah, I guess, yeah. Am I GMing or just hanging? No, I'm just hanging out. If Baron needs somebody to sub in, I will. Like, if somebody gets sick or whatever. But, no, I'm not gonna GM. If I did, I guess I would run Shadowdark. But, yeah. When you want to keep a secret from someone, do you announce it on stream? No, I'm not trying to keep a secret. There was no secret to be kept. I just didn't know if I told him yet. But yeah, we've already got the plans made and everything. So yeah, dude, I'm stoked. Gonna hang out in Tennessee. All right, now it's actually worth it to go now. Oh man, no, it's gonna be a blast, dude. I cannot wait. Oh god, like, I thought Seth Skorkowski was gonna go, but I guess he backed out, and I was like, God damn it! It would have been cool to meet you too, dude. But okay. So let's we've talked around that, right? We danced around on that. Now let me get into this. Okay, so Path of Toxicology. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with Brewer's Kit, Brewer's Supplies, and Poisoner's Kit. You already have proficiency one of these. You just have expertise in it. Okay. Well, what if I already have expertise in both? I mean, well, so this is like, it's unlikely that would really happen. But it just is kind of looking at this. I tend to think, like, I would try to lean in on one. Hang on, let's see here. You're out? Yeah, that's right. You come in here to start shit. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, whenever he's actually doing the stream thing, I'm like, yeah, okay. Oh, man. Love you, ma. Is it for the 14 or 24 barb? It's, looks like D&D 2024. Or, 2014. If you already have proficiency, then you plan poorly and cry about it. Well, that's the case, right? Like, I think, like, we still hadn't really figured out what's the right way to do this kind of a thing. Look, Poisoner's Kit or another tool if they have that already. Yeah. But look, here's the deal. Barbarian is not a skill monkey. That's just not part of their identity. They are a warrior through and through. So, like, giving them a Poisoner's Kit thing in here, mostly this is just going to be here for them to be able to make their poison, which I'm guessing that this thing is going to probably use. Once per turn, when you deal damage with a melee weapon attack, you can choose to deal an additional 1d4 acid damage to the target? But you said Toxic Strike. Wait, if it's toxic and you're choosing acid, are you doing that because poison damage is bad? Is that the case? Let me see here. Before and not adjusted for 2024. Yeah, did you make it... Like, that's what I'm trying to kind of hit at with this. Why not make it necrotic? I mean, I can think of another way that you could do something in here. This is a high on roids barb, not a poisoner barb. Then I would rename it. Like, if you're talking about, like, oh, you wanted to make a barbarian that, like, gets jacked on steroids and goes in. Where does the chemical rage explains the goal? You can imbibe powerful chemicals quickly and empower your rage by doing so. You can use an object action as a bonus action if you're ingesting or injecting something. Okay, if this would produce an effect similar to spells potion... Wait. If it would produce an effect similar to spells, poisons, or alcohol, you can also expend the use of the rage feature to gain a chemical rage using the same bonus action. It does not end early if you're still under the effect of a consumed item. A minimum of 3 turns for non-persistent effects such as alcohol or a potion of healing. Hang on. You are additionally resistant to acid, poison. This should say you gain resistance to acid, poison, and psychic damage. Thrown weapon attacks, improvised weapon attacks, and unarmed strikes are considered melee weapon attacks for rage and other barbarian features. Yeah, maybe Path of Mutation. Yeah, like, if you're gonna jump into it with the idea that, like, no, you need to be the Roid Rage Barb, then, like, already you're starting from, like, you're starting from a jumping point of, like, like, look, man, like, I get it, you think that might be funny, but, like, just go with something that's more, like, universal. Like, I mean, a little bit more agnostic and not even, like, a thing of, like, family-friendly. It's just, like, you know, kind of think about the taste for it is where I would kind of go. Intoxication, maybe. I think Mutation works if that's what you wanted to go with, but, like, as of right now, I don't really get where the acid damage is coming from. Especially because the narrative is saying Toxic Strike, and if it's like acid is kicking in here, then okay. If this is just like a boost in damage for the sake of a boost in damage, like it... I mean, it's there. It's just, for me, it's not really like a big, like, oomph moment, right? I don't really get the, like, flavor that's coming off of this, right? Intoxication, yeah. Path of Venom would make more sense because it seems like a reference to Bane. Bane from Batman. Maybe. Yeah, a part of me also thinks that a lot of 5e players would be a lot happier playing a superhero game. Okay, so this would be so it has the following differences. There's some wording stuff going on in here. It's meant to absorb poison damage with Bag of Rats, infinite healing, and added abilities to consume poison as a chemical starter. Wait. But the 6th level feature is odd, making it immune to poison, still get poisoned, but then not get any negative effects from poison is a long-winded way of saying nothing is happening. Well, okay. Blood Curdle. Beginning at 6th level, you learn to make a nasty rebuttal by welling up wasted blood into a ferocious blast. Once per... Are you, like, throwing shit in blood now? Once per turn as a... reaction to taking damage or in place of taking melee. Okay, with a thrown property using your chemically altered blood. On a hit, the blast deals 2d6 acid damage, and the target must succeed on a DC wisdom saving. Okay, or become taunted until the start of their next turn. Taunted creatures can only target / enter center offensive actions at the source of the taunted condition, and cannot willingly move away from it. It has disadvantage on perception checks against anything but the source. Okay, so you're adding in a condition here because you want it to be a hard CC, but like this is a hard override of the way that 5e typically handles like tanking, and I don't like I'm not really sure that I get its play loop so far. Like there's barbarian, right? But like barbarian subclasses tend to define like what they're doing either at like as a frontliner, and this is like I'm not really feeling that so far. I feel that they're getting more damage, right? And they're getting something that is like, I guess, an in-flavor tool proficiency. If I recall this correctly, nobody that is not an expert gets an expertise feature. Somebody correct me on that if I'm wrong. I am. Oh, by the way, if you wrote this for 2014, expertise is not a keyword. 2024, it's a keyword. Like, the damage on it is probably fine. Once per turn, you can do this and just kind of like spew. Like, I mean, it's probably fine, but I'm trying to really get why it's here. And I think that this concept already could benefit from a lot of trimming back. Like, a lot of trimming back. Barbarian optional features from Tasha's gave you some, and I think you do in 2024. What, the expertise? You can get expertise in Tasha's or something? I don't know, I've got that book over there somewhere. Some subclasses can, but it's rare. Right, and so I mean, like, do we have a precedent for a non-expert getting an expertise? I mean, I would think maybe a cleric would probably be the place to start with that, but I don't really think a barbarian does. It doesn't mean you can't do it, but I'm just, like, talking about, you know, how typical is it, right? This feels like this is kind of like a, yeah, you know, gross out kind of thing. Creature is a construct elemental, has a charm condition. If the creature is a construct elemental, has the charm condition, or under an effect similar to the compelled duel spell or the panache feature, they automatically succeed on the saving throw and are immune to the taunted condition. So constructs, elementals, creatures that are charmed. Why not just say... So it seems like you want to override it being charmed. Like, you want to make something that is... Here's the deal. Okay, if you introduce a new condition like this right here, you have to understand that, like, this is going to come with a lot of weight. There is no support for it in the monster manual because there's no creatures that are going to be immune to this, right? So now you've introduced this condition suddenly, and now you've had to come up with an override for it right here. Instead of going like, well, you charm the creature, right? So, like, if you charm the creature, like, if it's immune to being charmed, then it can't be taunted. Okay. But if you're like, well, I don't want it to rely on that, I'm sorry, you don't need to be writing for 5e. It's kind of the way that goes. Because, like, the way that this game is working at the moment is with the current structure of conditions that it has, and you need to be willing to embrace those conditions as a part of writing for the game. Now, if you start adding some in, you do also have to consider, like, how you can maybe ride that onto a different condition. But yeah, I would highly recommend not including this. There are spells like Banishment that perform the same way as CC, but have different routes. The intention was that the route was that route, but switching to Charm is where I'd start. Yeah, I'd begin right here with switching it over to a Charm. Because, like, now, I mean, I think that you could express so much of this a lot cleaner and a lot easier, and it wouldn't be overwhelming. Because right now, I mean, the best thing that they did with D&D 2024 is they cut the subclass size in half. Like, D&D 2024, I've got a lot of issues with D&D 2024, and there's a lot of reasons why I'm not going to run it. But I will say one of the perks to it is they did clean up a lot of the text, you know. Whenever I see I have this many bullet points in a subclass, there's too many ideas getting thrown at the wall. I would really try to tone this back. Looking up over here, your constant ingestion of questionable substances have developed unique organs for your digestive system, allowing it to strengthen your body when fueled with poisonous chemicals. That is a big sentence that you use for flavor text, and like I'm gonna, like, I gotta tell you right now, you need to kill this entire sentence right here. That needs to be gone. The mechanic itself is the thing that needs to convey your flavor. Because if the mechanic doesn't stand up to its own flavor, the flavor text is the only thing that's selling it, right? If you're confident that the mechanic is selling venomous appetite or whatever that would be, let the mechanic speak for itself. Did I mean I would on wait, do I mean that I would run 2014 over 2024 or just not run D&D in general? I mean I would run 2014 over 2024, but I do like the layout format that they have for D&D 2024. I personally think that they borked a lot of shit with D&D 2024, and I don't want to make this another like D&D 2024 stream. I'm just exhausted with talking about the system, but like what I will say is if you fucking put a gun to my head and you were like, you got to run one of these, it's D&D 2014. You'll die on this hill. Flavor text stays, or at least myself and my table group. Removal of flavor text is lame, but the advice of making it. I mean, you submitted it to a consult stream, so that's my consult. Like, you know, you'd rather talk about the Vagabond. Hey, yo, yeah. So, like, if you're submitting it for my advice, that's kind of what I'm giving you right here. As far as the flavor text goes, I think that the mechanic should give the punch. That's where I'm at. You can consume poison to start chemical rage. Okay. You can still receive the poison condition regardless of... Oh, wait. You could still... Okay, hang on. You can still receive the poison condition regardless if you are immune to the poison condition or succeed on a saving throw against it. You are immune to the standard and additional effects of the poison condition. You are immune to poison damage. You can choose to discard one hit die when receiving poison damage, choosing to either gain hit points based on the initial poison damage or roll your expended hit die. Only for the purposes of this feature, alcohol is considered a common poison with... And now I'm going to say this. This needs to get cut down. And I mean, like, this could be... I think that this mechanic right here could be expressed a lot simpler. And what looks to me like this is essentially you're getting the benefits of rage by consuming poison, which, I mean, they have a writer for how this they have a writer and a restriction for how rage is supposed to work. Overriding this to where essentially at 6th level they get quote unquote virtually limitless like this. I mean, you are like consuming a poison. The reason why if you want poison damage to heal you, you sometimes need a condition or it doesn't work, so you can't heal off of incoming poison damage. Sponsorship deal. See, yeah, you got to get that bag deficient. Yeah, but so my personal taste is that if like people are asking me, hey, would I allow this at my table? One of the reasons I would probably say no on this is that this feels like there's just too much complication going on in here. If I'm looking at how this is operating, it doesn't really clearly sell it to me on the first read. And I have read a shitload of game text. So I'm looking at this saying, you can still receive the poison condition. I know what you're trying to get across here, but this doesn't mean anything to 5e, right? This doesn't, like, yeah, this doesn't really do anything. If you're, you can still receive the poison condition regardless of if you're immune to the poison condition. This is like, I think what you're trying to go for here may be that poison is a writer that like you can use to like continue healing or something like that, right? Like you want to be able to let other poisons potentially affect this in a way where like they can I think this narrative of like you want this to really be like the druggy barb is kind of complicating this to a point where I do think a lot of this could be expressed a lot more simply. If I'm just thinking about like narratively as a subclass for 5th edition. I don't really think much of this is really necessary. And that's before we're even talking about any kind of damage numbers or anything like that, right? I'm not really interested in doing a balanced discussion as much as I'm looking at like operationally what all's going on. And if I'm like, as a barbarian, cool, I want to rage and I get a bonus, and then suddenly there's a bunch of other stuff that goes, actually, this asterisk right here, this asterisk right here, this condition applies right here, yada yada. The big meat and fun of a barbarian is like rage, like metal, right? And like, if this is cool for you and your table, like that's one thing, sure. But like, you know, usually people are submitting because they want to know, like, hey, am I gonna be able to sell this as a product, or is this a thing that's probably worth publishing? If it's been working for you and your table, it's been working for you and your table. But as far as like other tables, how are they gonna look at it? I'm just getting you know, my perspective. At 10th level, a spark of magic has ignited permanent chemical reaction within your altered blood, causing it to distort, empower, and distribute magic throughout your body. Your melee weapon attacks ignore damage resistances but not immunities, and have the magic property if they lack it. Additionally, you have advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws against spells and magical effects while you were in chemical rage. This is suddenly feeling like you put this on because you were worried about them falling out of relevance later on, especially if they want to do poison damage. However, I think you could have done this, a part of this earlier on. You could have done this a little bit earlier on, but there was a bunch of other stuff that you were tacking onto it here. You could have done this as early as 3rd level, just by straight up saying, like, creatures that are immune to poison damage in the poison condition, you ignore that immunity or whatever. Like, whenever you hit a creature with a weapon that deals poison damage, you ignore immunity to the immunity, whatever, right? Resistances and immunities. You could have done that earlier on, I think, especially as like that's a unique use of rage. Hang on one sec. Okay. It could have been like a unique part of the rage. You also kind of hit a bit close to using hit dice as a resource, which I think you could do. Saying discard 1 hit dice doesn't mean anything. It has to be you can spend 1 hit die, and it's not like spending a hit die in 5e is not rolling it. It's not rolling it to heal or anything like that. But discarding a hit die, I'm guessing that means you're trying to get rid of the die from your hit die pool. But this doesn't do that function. We don't have anything quite like that, right? You should be on a crystal. Wait, you should. I should be being an alchemist crystallographer right now, but didn't want to miss it. There'll be a VOD, yeah. But what's up, Spluff? Might work better as a fighter subclass. I mean, maybe, but like, it's just I see like there's a lot of ideas for what I think that they wanted this to be, and it feels like we're going to make the superhero, right, by throwing on a lot of stuff on this. And I think it should be trimmed back. Like, I really think that the mechanics should sell it. Personally, for me, this is like, I mean, I'm down for getting like into the thick of it with the gross and nasty and whatever. I just don't really know where this is coming from. It's kind of where I'm at. Looking at the capstone, yeah, and now there's a mutation kind of stepping in. So like, you know, Path of the Mutant, something like that. Your heavily mutated body chemistry becomes resistant to decay and heavy damage, healing it in impossibly uncanny ways, and becoming immune to physical aging. You gain the following benefits. You gain resistance to necrotic damage. This could come online for you at 6th level. Missing parts of your body return to usable sludge when separated for more than 24 hours. Or when it grows back after completing a long rest. Okay, so like yeah. This is a ribbon. It's funny. You can hack off your arm and then throw it somewhere, and then after 24 hours it grows back. Yeah, like that's funny. You could have done that a little bit earlier, because like this feels like this could lead to a lot of shenanigan fun that a lot of players would want to get. And if somebody is really, really down for this mechanic or this idea, this feels like if I am playing the like gross out superhero, this would be a thing that I would hope that like, I don't know, Clayface or something could do really early on. Your hit point maximum cannot be reduced. Okay. Okay. No, this would break. Yeah, this needs to say your hit point maximum cannot be reduced by other creatures. You being able to reduce your own hit point maximum is a key linchpin for like how a lot of homebrew has been working. They're slapped on 100%. You haven't touched it since you've been working on your own system, and you're not returning to 5e for a group. Wait, you're not returning to 5e for a group? What? What? Yeah. So there are certain ways that you will get a benefit out of reducing your hit point maximum. One of the ways I can immediately think of is Rossleiser's Odic that uses like converting your hit points into spell slots. I will say the only way we have ever discovered how you can make a Blood Mage work in 5e is that it has to reduce the hit point maximum. Fucking Blood Hunter. Blood Hunter's doing this now. So, like, if I'm remembering that right, someone let me know if I got that wrong, but I think it's actually coming out of your hit point maximum now, not just your hit points. Whenever you receive healing, you roll the maximum possible amount, treating all die rolls as they had rolled their maximum possible value. Whenever you receive healing, treat any die rolls. There is a better grammar for this, I think. Yeah, there's a better verbiage for this. I don't. It's not coming to me off the top of my head, but it might be something like, whenever a spell restores your hit points or something like that, or I mean, whenever you regain hit points through a die roll, treat the die rolls as having rolled their maximum value or something like that. I'm trying to remember what that was. I really should have submitted for this. It's probably too late now, right? No, I mean, I'm here hanging out, you know. We just like, hey, what up, Greg? We're doing a consult. So there's a couple of people that have submitted some games that I'm going to take a look at. But some of it's just, you know, people that are trying to get into writing some, like, supplements for games like 5e. Some people submitted Vagabond stuff, and I think we've got, like, a unique game or two. So, yeah, man. Hey, welcome. You control C, control V to cleric feat again. You was too lazy to piece everything past 6. Yeah, then I then I would say it would kind of show, right? So like if the excuse is like, well, this is kind of slapped together, and I'm like, yeah. So where I would start is by trimming some stuff back. You know, you have a lot of ideas that it's like we just kind of threw this on the page. And eventually, if you don't clean the shit off the walls, right, it's just going to stay there. And so, like, we got to figure out, like, if you went past the, like, I threw everything at the wall phase, it's time to start doing the cleanup and see what sticks, right? We used to go from 2 feats to 1 with a pickup bonus. I mean, I don't know for sure. What I would say is like I need to figure out where these are. Or you need to figure out where the narrative core of it is. Can you write a paragraph that is like, boom, this is it, right? You give story and lore examples. So risk and reward oriented subclass for the barbarian. It consumes poisons. Okay. I don't feel the risk coming from it is kind of where I'm at with that. Taunt enemies damage. I just don't really get the, like, it needs to function as a unit in a war game, right? And I just kind of feel like it's got a mix of everything to it. So with that, I don't really know what its defined position is, right? I don't really know what its core gameplay loop is. I don't really know how it does stuff differently from other barbarians, right? Typically the barbarians that really, really resonate with people are the ones that, like, you can feel a unique voice for how the subclass is working, right? World Tree Barbarian is really popular right now because that was, like, one of the first healing kind of, like, ramp barbarians, I guess, to get all Magic the Gathering with it. It felt very different from the other barbarians, and it had a really unique play style. With this, I'm kind of like, I don't really know. Yeah, right. Kind of my thoughts right there. I hope that it's helpful. If it is the kind of thing that you're trying to make as a, you know, like, you're trying to put it into a product, or you're trying to, I don't know, get people to check it out. But yeah, especially if, like, you know, by your own admission, it's like, I just copy pasted a lot of stuff from some other work or whatever. That's not really designing a subclass, you know. So yeah, I would start probably trying to, like, chip some of the stuff off the walls and seeing what sticks. Now, I think with that one, we're gonna go over to. All right, so I think this is Hiskey and Onyx worked on this one together. Now this should be the Prism. Hang on one sec. Okay. It's personally used in a wide group. I'm not selling it or pitching it. Oh, well, yeah. And then I guess, like, I mean, if it works for you, and you know, yeah, but yeah. Okay, so the Prism. This is a Vagabond one. Yeah, I guess, to me, the way that I kind of thought about this, I knew Steven Fiddler from Vorpal Dice wrote a Prism for D&D, and it felt like it kind of felt like a very Sailor Moon-esque, or maybe like Steven Universe kind of a class. A lot of, like, light-based magic and exchanges of, like, emotion as, like, attacks and stuff like that. So that's kind of my only guess. They're psionic warriors that bend light to shield themselves and their allies. Okay. Susan Storm from Fantastic Four, Gwen Tennyson from Ben 10. Oh, I didn't know she actually got powers in the show. I mean, I never watched it, but okay. Steven Universe, yeah. Violet Parr. Okay. All right. So they're frontline supports. Stay beside your allies to shield them and go in for a strike when they can get the waiver cast. Okay. Yada, yada. Okay. All right. Sweet. Shield on demand. You gain the protector perk. You may block as if you had a shield using mysticism. You may block as if you had a shield using mysticism. So you use mysticism to block using the protector perk. Okay. And that's just kind of an always-on thing, I think. So you can, like, protect for a buddy as per the protector perk by making a mysticism check, right? Good catch the stream. Are we supposed to post it in the Homebrew critiques? It is. If you'll go and check the Discord, we have the rules for how you submit it right there. 1,000 words or less, right? Yeah. So much as between a closed group. Yeah, like, look, if it works for people that are, like, in a closed group, that's all good. Usually, like I said, the people that are submitting here are typically trying to, like, probably step into, like, amateur third-party stuff and, like, making content for games. So that's typically what I try to, like, evaluate it as. Okay. So you're going with the Scion kind of stuff that I had built out. Your Morpher is definitely magical coded. You can cast a barrier, fade, mirage, and ward spells as if you had spent mana equal to. Okay, yeah, there's the mystic. Buddies your trinket for casting these spells. Okay, so you've got 4 spells. The mana does the insta ramp as they keep leveling up, and then they can cast shield using mysticism, or they can use a shield. I feel like this needs a slight bit more. If you're able to, if you would otherwise be able to use the cast action, is kind of where I would put that. You may block as if you had a shield using mysticism if you could use the cast action. How do I put this? If you would otherwise be able to use the cast action, you may block as if you had a shield using mysticism. Because I like what this wants to do. I like the idea, but I think that this needs a little bit more, right? You actually got a ton of good feedback from you last week on your one-page RPG, and you made a huge difference. You're just here to chill. Oh, sweet. Yeah, thanks, man. You can probably do it on your turn. Well, yeah. I mean, why not, I guess? If it's like, if the question comes up, can I do this on my turn, and the answer is ever no, then it's like, maybe it might not really be like a Vagabond, like, kind of design, right? I try to look for wherever, like, if something is telling you no in Vagabond, like, hey, how many, or, can I do this, to do this thing over here? Can I do this to light a campfire? And the answer is no. I'm like, okay, well, why did that person intuit that they might be able to do that, and why doesn't it work for them, right? If the intuit makes sense, then, like, let's make it make sense. You know, let's make it work for the game. 1,000 words or less is a part that bites you. You have a special ancestry design that you love to give opinions on, but it's nearly 5,000 words through the slew of opinions. You overwrote. Yep, you overwrote. You need to cut that back. If it's for Vagabond, that's too much. I would just say straight up, that's way too much. Just as a reference, here's where yeah. Do you guys know that the entire book of Shadowdark has 6,000 words? This book right here. My script for my Shadowdark video had more words than the actual book did. So, you know, that's what I'm looking at. I really like way more condensed games because I don't feel like they really have to get, like, they don't really have to explain themselves too much or apologize too much for themselves. You know, I like whenever games are condensed down to where they feel confident with their rules to be like, hey, like, boom, you know, that's like 6 consultations. Yeah. Yeah. You can learn Shadowdark in 15 minutes. It's cake, right? 400 to 500 words usually for a class in this system. What, in Vagabond? I mean, if you're adding in all this stuff over here, maybe. I tend to think that for Vagabond, it's like probably around 200 words, maybe? But yeah. You got your whole system to 600 words? Yeah, there you go, right? Okay, wide angle. Whenever you cast a spell with your Spirit of Protection feature, it doesn't cost you mana to cast it as an aura or line. Okay. I would say aura or line. Ooh, I know what you want to do with this. Maybe, yeah. I don't super agree with the wording on here right now. I know what you want it to do. I'm not sure what it would need to do. When you cast a spell with your Spirit of Protection feature, right? Aura and line. You can cast aura and line delivery for 0 mana. Or I'm not sure. I would have to sit with that for a second and try to think of it a bit. I would have to think of a different wording. I'm not really agreeing with the way that that's written. I know what you want it to do. The first question that's going to come up, though, is... Does this mean that any aura or line I could cast it as, right? And of course, I mean, the answer is going to be no, but we want to make sure it's really apparent to people it's the default casting of a close aura or a, 30-foot line. Not, yeah. You took the wording from Revelator? Hang on. Because if I gotta change my own wording, I gotta change my own wording. No, as a close aura. It doesn't cost you mana to cast a spell as a close aura, right? Because I have the boom, right? That is defining what it doesn't cost. You know what I mean? Because I have the right there, that is defining like how it is free, right? Not that this whole delivery is free, but that specific distance of it. You know what I mean? That's where I'd be like, okay, you need to probably get more specific on that. As a close aura or line, because this could also mean, well, an aura could be its input radius at base. Yeah, so I would say if you want it to be a 10-foot radius at base, be like as a 10-foot aura or line. At least just give it that. That's where I'm coming from. Beam Splitter. When you cast a spell using your Spirit of Protection feature, you can focus on another one of these spells at the same time. You can focus on additional spells simultaneously in this way when you become an 8th level Prism. Okay. Once per round, when you make it a block, you guys barrier targeting the being instead as a part of making it. So you do that, and then you give them the barrier. Has a range of near when you block using mysticism. Okay. That's good. I would have wanted this a little bit earlier, though. Like, if I was thinking about, like, an abjurer, I would want this at near at, like, maybe 6th? Because, like, yeah, that feels more, like, that feels more natural to me. I would say, like, oh my god. I have too much shit on my head. Let me think here. Average ancestry for me is like it's just a my overworld inspired one's huge because it represents over 3 potential animal traits. I would still say it's too much. You can cut it down. You can absolutely cut it down. You don't have to get that specific. I also someone correct me if I'm wrong. I would avoid mongrel as a especially for like an ancestry word. Because I think that has a bit more of the like, yeah. Yeah, I tried like I one of these days, I will get you all to understand Rules Light. I will convince you all Rules Light is okay and good. And yes, as the kids say, mega based. Like, I would try to cut your work back because I promise you, they overwrote for D&D. And if you've only ever played, like, D&D, if you only ever played 5e, and you're like, okay, well, we need to cover all these different cases and give all these different options. Rules Light isn't about making a game quote unquote easier or less interesting or more whatever. No, it is about reduction, making something more interesting at the end of it. How much can you get out of a little punch, right? Like, what can you do to like express the same kind of an experience as a D&D 5e, but in like 1,000 words, not 100,000 words, right? Rules Light, it doesn't mean that this has to be uninteresting. It's that the stuff that you write in there has to be that fucking good that you're like, that this has to stay. This absolutely has to stay. Like, yeah, that's kind of my thought on that. And especially whenever you're writing stuff for Vagabond, as the guy that wrote it, I'm going to let you know, if you're writing an ancestry and it goes beyond like a fucking quarter column, guys, look, this is the way that I wrote ancestries. And it was intentional like this because I'm not trying to write a novel, you know. You all are trying to play a game where these are like the expected like fantasy ancestries, you know. Rules Light is the only rules that there are no rules. Yeah, coming to you soon on Kickstarter. So if you're getting into this thinking that, aha, I need to make a ton of different options or what the hell ever, that's really not the vibe we're going for, you know. Your biggest ancestry is about 100 words with that description. Yeah, then I would say do what you can to kind of hit, like, this isn't even a column, it's a quarter column, you know. You love this spread? I really dig this one too. I can't wait to see it in the book. Writer rules like game that fits on 2 pages and put it on the inside cover of a novel. Best of both worlds. Hey, they do that. It's called Fighting Fantasy. Boop. Oh, wait, there you go. The guys that wrote the Shadow of the Warlock on Firetop Mountain or whatever the hell it was. Yeah. Okay, so kind of my thoughts right there. Again, make sure that we define what the area is of these things right here. I'd have to experiment a little bit and like kind of sit with it to think about contingencies of XYZ thing. But like, this does feel like a protector, like I make force field style character. It does feel like that kind of support that you guys were going for. Word. Yeah, I guess my thought right now would be, like, I wrote that mystic, so I would be trying to figure out how to make it feel like this is its, like, a bit more defined, unique, separate thing, right? Because, like, if we kind of get into the territory of, like, 2 telekinetic characters kind of rubbing up, you know, whatever, I would really try to, God, how do I put this? I think it has a lot of, like, it has a unique identity going for it, but it is very specific. And I think for people that want to do that one thing, that one very specific thing, this might hit it for them, you know. But yeah, kind of like on first blush, that would be one of the things I would be a little bit like, maybe trying to redirect, like, where the class might go from here moving forward. I think this works. Again, like, fixing this right here is a really easy thing to do. I'd have to see this in play, but I think that this is actually really, really strong. And in fact, it might actually be so good I don't know that this is capstone worthy, but it is really disruptive. That is really, really good. It comes online at 6th. It's probably okay there. But yeah, it is definitely a spike. That is a big, big spike, I think. I mean, you say something about... you say the same about something like Gunslinger. What? I say, what? About, oh, Gunslinger, what? Rubbing up against, like, what? Hunter? I mean, they have, like, a different identity, you know? But, like... Yeah, what? Like, they operate mechanically different. The gameplay loops are different. I'm kind of looking at, like, this and almost thinking, like, okay, so telekinetic and... Yeah. Like, telekinetic abjure? Okay, cool. So... I'm also trying to see, like, avoiding the mystic, maybe losing a little bit of territory. And kind of, yeah, I guess is kind of what I was thinking. Swap the 10th and the 6th? Man, I don't know. I feel like you would want it as a sphere a lot more than you want it as an aura. Well, I mean, or a line. I guess a line for the wall, aura. The sphere is really good, but, like, it's almost too disruptive. You're doing the block to protect somebody else, which is where I think this is probably okay. I would need to see it in playtest. That's where I'm at with that. I'd have to see it in playtest. Like, this needs to actually get onto a combat grid. Because I can't really rate it right now. I just already know the fact that it is merely an impassable structure that at least eats one action. That is really good. That is really, really good. And I don't know how this gameplay loop is going to operate. It almost feels like it chews up way too much of the action economy, so I would just have to feel it out and play. I can't really... Nothing is immediately jumping out that I'm like, this is the reason why it doesn't work, which is why I'm like, I'd just be a little bit concerned and I'd have to see it in play. That's kind of where I'm at with that. But it is a big jump start toward, like, this. I mean, yeah, this Steven Universe thing definitely being a thing in the system, which is dope. Maybe you could lean into the more magical, yeah. Maybe that's the thing, right? I'm also just not really familiar with any of the source material. So, like, I have a vague understanding of what this class is trying to be, you know? So it could be something like that. But yeah, again, I just have to see it in play, you know? Console stream, hell yeah! What up, Glicker? When it's not an AoE, it's not impassable. Wait, when it's not an AoE, it's not impassable? Yeah, it doesn't matter, though. If anytime you have it as an AoE, because you have really cheap AoE right here. So if you have the really cheap AoE, right? I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter when it's not AoE, because this person's going to be using it as AoE all the goddamn time. Like, that's, you know? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that, man. I'd have to see it in play. But as of right now, I feel like this could be really worrying right here at 6th level. Other than that, I mean, it's operating, you know? Yeah. And that's kind of my only thoughts on that right now at this point. I do think that I would like to see this come online earlier, but I'm not really sure where you could make that happen. I think that Beam Splitter is fine, but because this is happening a lot now, where I wrote originally, like, what was it, Manifold Mind or whatever for Wizard, and, like, we found out it was good, We found that it was really good, and I'm just worried about that being the default thing that everyone feels like Scions have to have. Like all like high int caster kind of stuff has to have, right? Yeah, that's kind of where I don't know. I'd like to maybe see if it's focused on another one of these cells at the same time, but like they have a duration of at least that one round. Maybe the idea could be less that like they're focusing on it so much, and the rest of it is I don't think you need that. Yeah, I actually don't think that you need this right here. If they're only ever getting these 4 spells, and like barrier is the one that they're setting up the walls and stuff with, the best use of like the most power you get out of barrier is that first turn it's up. After that first round, I would say move on to something else, right? How busted would it be to put 10th as part of the first when you get the perk? I mean, it's better than Vanguard. Like, kind of where I would worry. Like, Vanguard definitely wants to be the frontline big boy and all that stuff, but they get rewarded for being up in the front line. And this might kind of feel like, oh, okay. Like, that's there. I do like the idea, but you're already giving them that they can magically block it without a shield. And it's not tied into a spell or anything at the moment. But, like, I think you can still do this with, like, barrier. And it's more interesting to me, personally, to say, like, the barrier is the way that, like, we want to make it a zoner. Sweet. All right. We want to make it a zoner. So in that case, if we're going to make it a zoner, let's kick that online real early. You can do the AoE stuff, build this stuff up, and you're not, like, good at reactive protection, right? Like, this is the deal. Reactive protection is insanely strong. It's so strong, in fact, that we have stopped writing predictive protection features. We have stopped writing these kinds of things, and like the reason why my Vanguard really hit hard for people was because it was a protective class. It was a predictive protection class, right? Now, it still does the quote-unquote reaction in a way, but you are having to like get ready to protect something, right? This, if you were like, I know that this guy is going to come over here, so I'm going to make it difficult for them, at least they have the like chess strategy going on of I'm going to make this wall over here instead of just like, no, you can't get there. No, you can't get there. No, you can't get there. You can't do this. You can't do it. It's shut down, right? And it's a bit too good a shutdown. You wanted to have a cast barrier with protector? I mean, yeah, so I would say, like I said, I would say try to do less blue magic on this, because like so much blue magic on this is starting to get into the point of feeling like this is just a no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that kind of guy, right? I would maybe, like, this is interesting. I like the idea for this, but I like the idea a bit more of like they are like a zoner, so they're able to like screw with the terrain and screw with the battlefield rather than just saying like, I am giving everyone incredibly high armor super early on, right? I think that this is the way that I would go with it. I don't know, man. Because I'm not really feeling the oomph out of this other than it's a like quick shield. Like I get that. But like there's so much safety in here. Reflect damage on a crit. Oh, I mean that's like this is just me kind of throwing out the idea right here. Kind of my perspective on that at the moment. You could maybe do something like that, but yeah. I would say because we have another one of yours right here. It's just a submission from the other week, so I'm gonna take a skim at it real quick to see what you changed. Yeah, right off rip, I'm kind of thinking that I don't know how necessary the 4th level is, and if you free the 4th level up, you could probably move that protector perk thing up to the 4th level, and then make it scale up to far at 8th level. Because this is so good right here. Yeah, like a reactive barrier. If you gave them, like, at 10th level, once per round during an off turn, you can cast barrier without using an action. That is an insane capstone. Like, yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah. What if it was tied to your barriers? Like you could use your protector only things next to your barriers. That's making a lot of different areas that we now have to try to remember. That like, aha, well this over here. And what's going to wind up happening is people are going to go, oh, well, I forgot about this thing I could have done. And so we try not to really write features where it feels like you have a lot of micromanaging happening in this game. The thing that has made Vagabond, I think, hit really well for people is that we prioritize it being an action game first. And like the tactics and everything were supposed to be something like an afterthought. And part of the voice of like the action game was reducing tracking wherever we could. And like just trying to deliver as much upfront punch as possible. And this would be a way that I would say you can work on that, like reduced tracking. The reduced tracking side of things here. But yeah, like I'd be interested to see where it goes from here. Speaking of, Onyx had another one. And this is the Transmuter. I think last time it was the Maven whenever we took a look at it. Okay. One must be Forge. Okay, you gain another spell every 2 levels hereafter. Okay. You can use the materials as a trinket. All right. 25 silver worth of materials per mana. I worry about with life. I mean, it's probably not that big of a deal. Okay. You can scrap an item that you're carrying. Okay. Cast Forge with the materials rather than mana. The items created are permanent. Okay. Materials to cast a spell. You can transmute a non-magical object from 1 pocket cube to another object of equal or lesser value. Okay. You create items up to your... Okay, wait. You can create items? Oh. It increases the size. Right. Okay. Transmuter level divided by 3 slots, so 2 right here. And then at 9th level, you can get like a 3rd. When you cast Forge, you can spend an amount of golden materials or reduce your max HP to etch life into an object that you touch. This HP reduction ends when it dies. It is transmuted into a hireling using stats. We don't really have hirelings as a thing, though. Stats of an artificial with hit dice no higher than logic. Okay. It uses your craft for checks and saves. 7 hit dice creature, so we're talking about what, 4.5 times 2, so 9, 27, 31? Is that 31? Hey, what up, Charo? 31.5, right? Yeah. All right, so 31 hit dice. This is why I've kind of just done the use the stats in the damaging objects section. That would limit it to like it's maybe like medium or smaller. That's a lot that it would get. And you can just do that by crapping out the materials, scrapping everything if you have a bag of holding, and throwing that whole hog into making something. Or making an army real quick. So much so, I don't think their max hit points. They're never going to use their max hit points for this. They're just going to use the materials. No more hirelings? Wait. Hirelings hasn't been a thing. You can only do 7 per... That's a lot of hit points, though. That's really good. Where are hirelings a thing? Yeah. It's like hirelings become a thing that I just think like it gets to be a bit like to micromanage. I know that there's a mention of like you tell somebody else to do a thing and they can use this check for XYZ thing, but like no, last I remember, like no, we don't like, because I personally like whenever it comes to hirelings, the way I always hear about it, every single hireling story is we bought 20 peasants and threw them at every death trap in the dungeon, and I'm like, that's real clever, I guess. Like I don't know what like. So this is like, I kind of moved away from using hirelings and just made the characters a little bit stronger at first level. Like I gave them a bit more oomph and reliability that like they didn't have previously. So your 2G of materials is spent when you cast a spell. You can cast it as if you had spent an amount of mana equal to your transmuter level +2. So 12? And then it scales, so no matter what, you're now casting basically all of your spells as if it was like 12 mana worth of stuff, right? Hirelings are still in the... Wait, what? Where? What? Commandos that wish to follow your orders. Where are they? I have the InDesign document right here. I'll get rid of it right now. Where's a hireling section? You back between calls. Yo. Wow. Yeah. What page? Oh. Onyx. What? Wait, what page? You can't text much? Can I call? I just need to know a page number. I don't need to know like what page are they on. That's what I'm looking for. Can you... Anything? Bueller? We talking about this? Is it this sidebar? Can you... If you're saying you can't text much, and you can't, it's all I need is like 3 numbers. Is it this one? Okay, then what I'm gonna do. Okay, so this is presented. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. So this is again presented as a thing where like if tables want to use this, sure, that's the thing that they can do, right? But like this isn't really the expectation of play. Now if you're saying over here a hero can have a number of hirelings equal to their command level or under their command equal to half their presence, this should be just put it in the class if you want it to be like that, right? Like put the like you can have no more than a number of these equal to your like half your logic or something, but this is a total variant over here. And the idea of like animating the objects like that. We have a spell for that though. Like that's already in the game. So like if we come up with something else now, right? Like where is it? Animate? I say that we have it in the game. Yeah. You animate an item that occupies no more than one slot in an area or carried by the target. The item gains a speed of 30 feet fly and uses the object armor and hit point rules for its stats. It obeys your commands, which you can issue when you focus on the spell. If it is a weapon, you can make attacks with it using your cast skill, right? So, like, I would, like, we already have this, you know? Shouldn't the optional hirelings be commanded using leadership instead of influence? Yes. Actually, they probably should. But just to let you know how far long ago it was that I wrote that sidebar was written before we introduced leadership as a skill. So, like, yeah. It was the kind of thing where people were asking about it, and like every time because I researched this a lot, every time I kept looking up why do people want hirelings in a game, the thing that people just kept saying over and over and over again is we want to throw a bunch of peasants into the goddamn traps. And I'm like, okay, well, if that's your style of play, that's your style of play, but like that sounds like it would be absolutely obnoxious and the kind of thing that me as a game master, I'd probably stop. Word would probably get out, and I'd be like, hey, this adventuring party over here, they're a bunch of assholes that threw Steve into a fucking buzzsaw last week. Yeah, fuck going with them, you know? So, like, it feels like it's kind of a, like, LOL so random style of play that I'm just, like, not into. So that's why it's a variant. It was more built in than just a limit for a rule. Also, should I get rid of the material component part to make them? I mean, wait, you have the material component part. Getting rid of this up here? I mean, if it's like I remember in the source material, which, funnily enough, I did just do a full rewatch of Full Metal Alchemist. This doesn't really work in Full Metal Alchemist. Like, you know, I mean, the Full Metal Alchemist, like, inspiration I use on my Alchemist was, like, you know, the Chimera thing, right? Like, you could make a contemptible Chimera, that style of stuff. Whereas this is going more into the, like, Edward Elric, like, I'm going to reshape a weapon real quick, kind of, that I think you want to do. As a result, if you're doing the exchange of life for life, you might have to do just the hit point reduction and reduce your max HP. I mean, maybe, you know. But yeah, if you wanted to go with the lore of it. That sucks, the idea of people having to work for you and you building up an organization / settlement sounds fun. People being like, tee peasants go splat just seems boring. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, every single time people are talking about, like, well, I want to hire this guy to, like, build me a shop or whatever. All right, cool. Well, I need him to come with me to the dungeon. It's like, what psycho shit are you going to do to your goddamn blacksmith you hired last week, you know? Like, no, it's the kind of thing where I'm like, it's funny, it's fun and everything if you're doing the, like, settlement builder thing, right? I know, I'm very much aware. Actually, I'll show you how much I know when I'm aware. Here. The material part. I would suggest it. Yeah. Here we go. I need a whole whale fishing team whenever I go hunt a dragon. That's cool though. I kind of like that idea. It's like we need harpoons. Hell yeah! Let's go get fucking Captain Ahab over there, right? That's sick. Oh wait, why did I pull up the core rulebook? Hang on. God, that cover is going to be so fucking good in print. God, I cannot wait for that. Oh yeah, wait, I haven't been on stream since I haven't been on stream since I got the piece back. Yeah, I know. Didn't Grillhouse fucking absolutely kill this piece? Look at that shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Okay, here you go. So I talked about this. Kind of worked on it a little bit more. Now that we've had 0 heat, I've been working on it even more. Yeah. Now, what is this right here? Fort on the Marchland is going to be my system neutral port of Keep on the Borderlands. This thing right here, right? Now, with Fort on the Marchlands, what this is going to be, a lot of people really like to use Keep on the Borderlands as like an early on, get them invested into a town and like maybe even build a settlement, right? Now, part of the problem is, I think a lot of the people that have a fondness for Keep on the Borderlands, a lot of people that have a fondness for Keep on the Borderlands also like they're favoring a lot more of the rules light stuff right now, and I think they're even trying to make it to where Keep on the Borderlands is like as simple as possible. Now, I'm here for that. I'm all here for making these a lot more accessible. I'm here for reducing down an amount of bloat, but I do think people like the idea of a bit more engagement going on with the keep. I do think that Keep on the Borderlands, if you're ever going to do something like introduce a status for the characters, or like, hey, you all are becoming local legends, here's the way that you could do that, right? They started to do this in 4th edition. There was a version of Keep on the Borderlands that Mike Merles was working on. I think it was like Mike Merles and Chris Sims. And they introduced a renown system. Now, the problem with that renown system that they did on that originally was that it was tied into a like organized play thing that they were trying to do, and it felt really clumsy. It felt like they were trying to push this idea of like, yeah, you show up to organized play and you get this sticker, but it was like a reward that you were getting. You know what I mean? Wait. The cover is amazing. How close are you to removing any text over? Hey, what up, Gil? How close am I to removing any text over it? Right now, the thing that's happening with the cover is that Grillhouse and I are talking out what we want to do with the piece. Part of it is going to involve a separate commission be paid, and that's where I'm trying to get on with another investor right now, is the long and short of it. I don't currently have the money in the budget to pay for this separate thing. I would like to do the GM screen with the art that Grillhouse made. I would really love to do that. But part of Grillhouse's contract involves any kind of other separate product that we would make with it that wasn't what the piece was originally commissioned for would need to come with a separate license fee. Because Grillhouse is a big famous like dude in the illustration scene right now, right? So because of that, I'm working on trying to get another investor involved before we get the finalized thing. Because according to Grillhouse, if he was to extend it like that, it would change the way that some of the colors render. I'm assuming there's probably gradient map usage and stuff like that. So that's where we're at with that right now. Yeah, just so that people knew kind of like, oh shit, well, what's going on there? Yeah, that is not the final version, but it was like the like, okay, before we move on and decide if we want to finalize it, here's that version, you know? Yeah. You love Dominion commands? Yeah, no, I dig it too, right? So I really like this idea and wanted to give it like a bit more of a, oh, okay, well, here's where we like, or here's why we like the Dominion style play. It gives the players an incentive to actually engage with the stuff if they want to build up this area. They're going to get certain perks, right? Right now, it's really like discounts on renown, right? Things like, or discounts on their lodging. We can look at like what like they're going to get. By the way, Keep on the Borderlands has a there is a story-based thing where the group is not allowed to enter into the inner bailey of the keep until they have done something like amazing for the city, right? This is the way that you're able to actually kind of gamify that a bit and give it some weight as to like when they're actually allowed to get inside of the inner bailey, like, and especially just be able to like move through it freely. Yeah. And it also gives us reasons to like add in, oh, okay, go on a genocide mission, get rid of the goblins, you know, like shit like that, you know. Find out what happened to the elven knight who went into the swamps, clear the raiders in Crow's Perch, right? Oh, and I'm throwing in like Easter eggs to all my buddies. So yeah. So this is like, you know, finding a relic worth 100 gold or more. Each time 100 gold is recovered from the Hollows of Havoc, right? If they do crimes, because for some reason it wasn't just like, oh yeah, of course they're going to do all this good stuff. No, I'm sorry, but like, if you all have never read through Keep on the Borderlands, you might be surprised to find out the best treasure in here isn't really in the caves, the chaos. It's in the motherfucking keep. Like, there's people are fucking crazy stingy with all their treasure and everything they have in this keep. All right. So if the players do decide to start stealing, I wanted to give that a little bit more weight as well. But yeah. And we're so I do like this kind of play, you know. I do like the idea of building up a house, of like gaining the renown, of like, yeah, we are known here in this location. All right, sick. Now maybe we can add in something else for the renown of the word of this spreads to the region, not just like we could say word of their acts spreads to all cities in the region, or all cities within, we could say 100 miles. Maybe. Traders spread. Spread. Word of the party's acts. Boom! Look at that. You're a little local legend. See? That's sick. To be fair, a keep on the Borderlands probably doesn't get much cool shit. They're probably leery of giving it all away. Well, like, it's like a trade hub in the center of otherwise like a no man's land. This is a really cool idea. I think that Gary Gygax hits some magic with it, right? I think the Keep on the Borderlands has a lot of good shit going for it. But this book is old, and I think Wizards of the Coast has shown that they're a bit too terrified to trim back some of the stuff in there. I don't think that they're going to deliver a version of Keep on the Borderlands that is as sight readable or accessible as pretty much what everybody else is doing right now. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, let me get back to this. So, okay. Yeah. So my thoughts on this were, I think that this, I don't think the scaling on this is healthy, is where I would start. And I think that we already have a spell that does that for you and can do it for you earlier. I'd like to see something like this really working a lot. The Full Metal Arcanist thing is funny. And I do wonder how useful this would be. I don't know when I would have it come online earlier, though. I like the ideas that are happening right here. I would worry about this doing the infinite scaling thing, but like, let's be real here, it's not probably happening all that much. Kind of my thoughts there. But I do think that this is further along for sure. But yeah, I would say this. I would most likely try to either base it off of Animate, or they should probably have Animate given, because it just kind of feels like we already figured out how to make that work. So like, why do something like that? You know what I mean? Yeah. Now, I don't know. Was there anything else specific that you were kind of wondering on this one, Onyx? Because if you can't, I think you were like, well, I'm struggling to like text and get you feedback right now. If you're casting it with a spell component, you can only hold 2 slots of materials in your hands. Yeah, but people are gonna try to say that like in the bag. Like that, I know naturally that's the kind of thing that they're gonna try and do. This is giving you access to other artificials other than just an animated weapon. Yeah, but like, I would still try to restrict that. Maybe golems or homunculus, because if we're just allowing them to create any we immediately have to start worrying about what artificials are going to get put into the game. You're not like really future proofing it at that point, you know. You just want to smooth it out. Yeah, but it can cause a bump is kind of where I'm at with that. But yeah, I don't think this is super far away. I don't think that this is super far away from really getting done. I think going into it with future proofing is going to be kind of your next step. Like going into it thinking, well, how do I write this feature to where it won't screw something else up that might get introduced later on down the line? You can't 100% future proof, but like something like this that's kind of leaving it wide open, where I don't know every single artificial that was ever added to like every single construct that we want to say that was added to some of the old school adventures. I definitely don't know them all in like Goodman Games' whole loadout, right, for DCC. And if I'm going to say that this is compatible with everything, you know, out there, those are kind of the worries that I would have. Is like, how well does it work with a system like that? You know? But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on that. But now, let me see here. Let's close some of these out. Let's get over to the Battle Mage. Let me see here. Okay. So the Battle Mage is from Jarlix. Last time he submitted, it was the full witch class. That's right. Okay. And now he's doing a subclass. Okay. Cool. So let's take a look here. This looks like lesson. Okay. So this is for immediately right off rip. This is for a wizard, but you don't have anything telling me what class it's for. So I'd have to intuit it either from the scaffolding or from seeing something like your spellbook, right? You had the art of magical protection from weapon attacks. The spell mage armor is added to yours. Okay, it's always prepared for you. It doesn't count against your number of prepared spells. If you're going with D&D 2024, it doesn't count against your number of prepared spells. Is already the wording is already caught now. You don't have to add this. You don't have to add this to a D&D 2024 class because they did simplify the wording on this. It's actually clarified under preparing casting for your spell casting, your class casting feature. When under the effects of mage armor, you may add your intelligence to the AC calculation instead of your dexterity. Okay, replacing your dexterity. Wait, interesting. I guess I assumed that was how mage armor kind of worked, and I just haven't seen it in forever. All right, what does it do? 13 plus its dexterity modifier. Okay. But now it's adding your intelligence instead. Okay. When you are under the effects of mage armor, you may add your intelligence to the AC calculation instead of your dexterity. Okay. But it's only for you. Right. I don't see any reason why that couldn't just be the target. Yeah, I can't immediately think of a reason why that couldn't just be any target. Because as for now, this is just straight up telling you, like, your mage armor is better. Okay, that's good, but, like, okay, proficient with all simple martial weapons. You may use hands that are wielding a weapon to perform the somatic components of spells. Okay, you gain +1 to your armor class if you're wielding a weapon in one hand, and an arcane bonus and a focus in the other hand. This bonus does not stack with the AC bonus of shields or other bonuses that do not stack with shields. Okay. You can use a hand... Or wait. So you want them to have a weapon and an arcane focus. And, like, boom. You want that to be the way that they function. But one of the things that you could do here instead, and I think that there's official features that do this already, is you can use a weapon as an arcane focus. But I mean, I would also think that if you wanted them to get martial weapons on here as well, let me take a look. This should say martial weapons with the one-handed property. Or martial weapons that lack the two-handed property. Because that's, if your intended playstyle is that they're going to wield it in one hand. Yeah, like, that's where longsword... They can't ever use the versatile property. Well, I mean, they not and benefit from this at the same time. But they'll be able to use longswords. They can use Morningstar, Flail, Battle Axe. But what we're cutting off is Great Axe, Great Sword, Glaive, Halberd, Lance? I think Lance does. Maul, yeah. So we're cutting out all the, like, D10 and above stuff. Which I think is what you want to do here. Arcane Strikes, okay. When you use your action to cast a spell of first level or higher, you may make one weapon attack as a bonus action. This attack deals force damage instead of its usual damage type, and extra damage equal to half the spell's level round up. I would say borrow what they're doing already for Valor Bard. Well, shit, that book's over there somewhere. Borrow what they're doing for Valor Bard for this, because, like, the extra attack spike, I would just kind of unify it now for the way that it's going to operate for everybody. And I would just kind of stick with that. I don't know if this is actually doing anything that is a bigger bump. Extra damage equal to half the spell's level rounded up immediately makes you think that, like, okay, well, I've got to use my bonus action to do this. That I can make the attack afterwards. But, like, I think the flexibility that we like... Wait, not for sure 2024, but Lance was a special reach weapon, technically not two-handed. Except that special property is that it is a two-handed weapon, except when you're riding a mount. Now, as to whether or not we're going to go, actually, that the intention is that it is a two-handed weapon, right? But it has to have the special rider because it has a separate function whenever you're riding with it. By all intents and purposes, Lance is a two-handed weapon. What I would say is on this right here, you'll gain proficiency with martial weapons that lack the two-handed or heavy properties. And does Lance have heavy? God, it should have at least had heavy. I can't think of why Lance would lack heavy. Yeah, that's okay. Spell parry, magic. Okay, when you maintain concentration on a spell, you have a +2 bonus to AC and strength, dexterity, and constitution saving throws. Okay. Now we got a big bump to AC now on top of what we already have coming in from Mage Armor. This is okay, but like, a part of me thinks I would want, especially with a name like Spell Parry. I wrote a Spell Parry as like part of the first level feature for the Magus. For Vagabond. And I would want something that felt a bit more active than this. But, like, this works. It's fine. You know, yeah, this is good. Like, it's fine. Adaptive strategies. When you cast a spell on your... when you use your action to cast a spell. And either miss an attack roll against a creature, or a creature makes their save, passes their save. Yeah, because making and passes are two different things. You have advantage on your weapon attack made with Arcane Strike feature against that creature until the end of your turn. Okay. The attack you make with Arcane Strikes this turn has advantage. I think there's an easier way to say that. I'm gonna say this right here. Yeah, it's very yeah, it's similar to Blade Singer, except it's a bit more tanky. It feels like. Maybe, I mean, it seems like a lot of people really just go for the Gish whenever they're like, okay, I really want to get into writing for 5e. How do I do that? The quick thing is like, we're going to do a Gish. That's like, yeah. The Mage Armor is really good. I don't personally know of something immediately that makes me go like, holy shit, you can't have that on top of everything else. It's just getting a lot of AC. It is a tankier wizard. It is a tankier wizard. Everything here basically lines up like I would think a wizard subclass would line up. But I do think that there's some things that you could do to bring it kind of a bit more in line to the game that you're designing for. And that would be probably put this more in line with the wording that they have for the Bard, right? The Baritone Mage. Spell Parry immediately made me think of Monk Deflect, but that was just a flavor. Like, yeah, no, right? Like, that's my thing, is I'm like, yeah, let me do the, like, and, like, let me parry a nuke, right? That's kind of what I always think of whenever I think of stuff like this. That's sick. I like the idea. So what I would do here, I talked about scaffolding in a video. I should probably just make that a product. Enough people keep asking me for it. I talked about subclass scaffolding for D&D 5e. I might even hit up Ross and see if he's interested in doing a collab where we do a book of scaffolding, like where we talk about scaffolding for all the different classes and kind of do our diagnosis on it. Sell it as a zine. I think that could be kind of cool. But without really looking into that, I do see it getting a lot of armor, and that's fine. It's getting a lot of AC. I would worry about how it would stack with multi-classing, but yeah. Multi-classing is going to be its own monster anyways. All in all, though, I think if you brought this in line with what they were doing with like Valor Bard getting the extra attack, this feels like it's not really horrific here. Yeah, I guess that's kind of my thoughts there. Yeah. Yeah, no, like I said, shorter, right? This is a lot less work, so that if something goes wrong, you can address it a lot easier, right? Usually with classes, it's like playing Jenga. And if somebody is able to find something that takes out one of your lower bricks, you better hope they fucking tablecloth it, or else the whole damn tower is coming down, right? I've been really good at tableclothing a lot in my 5e class design, but yeah. Is there another wizard equivalent weakness to the class. If it's tanky wizard, that sounds like it's all upsides. I would say hit points, but you know, like Bladesinger is doing a lot as well. I also think that like if it's just getting the mage armor, I'm a lot less worried about mage armor being the upside here because like if they get like a +3 plate mail later on. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, wait. Hold up. It doesn't matter. They don't get armor training. They're tankier, but like, yeah, no. Let's say +5, right? So what is it? So 18? They would start out with 18 AC basically all the time. I mean, that's a beefy wizard. I mean, yeah, you're missing out on some of your magic items. But this wizard kind of is anyways. Well, they're getting the +2 bonus to AC right there. I would even say this. While you have mage armor on, you have a +2 bonus to the AC. Might need to be something that goes into their capstone. Because otherwise, if they are like one of their team's frontliners, or even a harasser, dude, your rogues have got magic light armor by now. I mean, you are basically just giving them AC. You're not giving them the ability to deal with things easily, like being incapacitated or knocked unconscious or charmed. Especially with wisdom saving throws not being a thing right here. I think that that's a smart move. So this is, despite being one of the bigger and beefier wizards, it is also probably the wizard that is one of the easiest to mentally deal with. This would be a pretty dumb wizard, right? But like, that's all good, you know? Yeah, I kind of think actually the fun thing is that if this is just like, no, we wanted to just make like a beefcake wizard. Cool. All right. Sick. I'm here for it. I think the idea is like this could work. And like, if the idea is just, well, this shouldn't exist because Bladesinger exists. No. I think like if someone's just looking at, I want to submit something that is a bit more reduced down. What order are we going into the Discord? I don't have an order. I'm just kind of going off of what I see over there. I'm just encouraging people to make stuff with these. So, like, I would say with this, especially knowing that, like, you know, you're just tackling a subclass because you're just trying to get into it. It is foregoing one of Wizard's big detriments as a class. But you're also way dumber than any other wizard. So I mean, all their features are basically just about getting you better AC. Getting you better AC and the ability to strike more, right? Whereas other wizards are typically getting you something that makes your spells a lot more effective. I don't super mind this one. I'd at least allow it to see if people wanted to like check something out and like, hey, you know, with that big asterisk of like, we might need to tweak it later. But yeah, I think you're well on your way to actually getting something a lot more solid here. And I think this is a good first draft is where I think like a lot of the people in chat are saying, I'm worried a bit about the AC spike. We're most likely going to count on this being around 17, like 16, 17, 18. Player characters already have crazy high ACs pretty early on. But I will say that Wizards, we're most likely counting on having an AC of like 10. You know, like between 10 to 13. Typically not even 13. And this is huge. This third level feature is like they get... they're getting +8 to their AC. So kind of where I would sit with that is like, this is a big boost. Yeah, it's a big boost. I would say take that feedback, maybe work on it a little bit more, and I'd be interested to see where this one winds up next time you submit. Yeah, like I said, take the chat's response as a bit of what your customer buy-in would be like. Whenever a GM actually sees this, take a look at like what the chat's been kind of thinking, and like use that to inform some of your decisions on it. But yeah, I would also try to make sure it aligns a bit more with the designs of what they're going for with D&D right now. But yeah, like let's see what happens in the future, Jarlix. Appreciate it. Okay, now I have a feeling this next one is going to be a bit bigger. Okay, we got 3 pages on this. Let me refill my coffee. And I need to check the heat because it feels like I just felt a draft come through. Yeah, hang on a second. I will be right back. Oh, and... Yep, nature's calling. Hang on. hey. The drop of the ghost got me. No. Honestly, I was eyeballing some of the tacos that we made last night for dinner, and I was like, man, all right, I'll just make one real quick, and then one turned into two, and then two turned into three. Phil, I got your message. Yeah, if here, I'll hop in the let's see here. I'll hop in the live stream launch. I just need to make some adjustments real quick. Let's see. Yeah, Talkers have that power, yeah, for sure. Okay. You have to recant. Oh, okay. Woman is demanding it. Tell you put your foot down, Bill. All right. Let's take a look. We have. Wait, do I have taco? Look, everywhere. All right, that's on the internet now forever. That's okay. It was to Radiohead. I got an explanation. All right. This is Endless West D20, and this is submitted. This is submitted by Quibbles for D&D at your work. Oh, it's a Wild West rule set for D&D, so like a 5e thing. Okay. All right, cool. So I dig it. I am super here for this aesthetic. Okay, alternate rule set for 5e engage low fantasy gunslinging. Okay. Western pieces of max. Okay. As a level 3 character in play, occurs mostly in the first tier. Okay, progression and goals. Drifters in the Endless West is not. Okay. I'll tell you right now what you have done right now. You don't need to mention anything about 5e. The fact that you have already, if you do have enough of an independent rule set to where you don't need the OGL, there's no reason to even mention it, because all that's going to do is make people go like, oh, it's a 5e thing, gotcha. And then like they're going to assume a lot of things about it. One of those other things is, if you say that it's like a 5e joint, I'm going to go through here, and again, this is not legal advice, but like I'm going to see whether or not I think that you even need to mention that this is a 5e thing, because this is only 3 pages. So if we're talking about like a system brief, right? They don't level up. You've made a different system. You didn't make a 5e thing. You earn progression points by following character goals. Goals are separated with short-term and long-term. Okay. And posse goals. Short goals enough to set you in time to get. Okay. Short point goals only award progression when all the drifters of the same posse achieve their personal goal. Okay. When all okay, so that they all level up together. A long-term goal is when the central arc of your character and the posse. This is what you will be doing to work towards each session. Completing a long-term goal awards a special boon. Number of points equal to Constitution score plus class hit point bonus. Usually 12 to 22 hit points. Okay. PC start with 2 grit points and regain them when they rest. They can be used to reroll any failed. Okay. Your armor... Okay, instead of wearing armor, your proficiency allows you to choose an avoidance technique to protect yourself. It can be described as a strange dance, predicting a bullet's trajectory, protective vest, reflective plates, etc. You can change which type of avoidance you use as a part of the rest. You can still wear magical armor and equipment you find throughout the world. All characters are proficient with firearms. Firearms have their own set of rules in the firearms and equipment section. When you make an attack with a firearm, it's a natural 1. It's considered a misfire. If you misfire the gun, jam. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. I'm going to tell you right now, nobody likes this. This is as somebody that's read a lot of gunslingers looking for a good one. Everybody fucking hates misfire. Originally, people were like, yeah, firearms because they're more deadly or something like that. No, I'm telling you right now, the thing that has better playfeel is getting rid of misfire and just making firearms reskin crossbows. I don't know how else I can more direly express it to you as a designer right here. Misfire is as we have play tested it, as we have tried, it is a failed concept. We have not seen misfire work as a mechanic in any game yet. And I have looked at a shitload of TTRPGs. I'm just gonna press that you should probably get rid of it. 100% agree. You got your players using crossbows and firearms, super easy. Yeah, intuitive, no hassle. Yep. You can attack with a jam gun at a dangerous cost. On the result of 14 to 20, the gun will fire, and you roll for the attack as normal. On a see, and now we're apologizing for the fact that we even introduced misfire, right? Get rid of it. Yeah. The oil they use instead of gunpowder just isn't nearly as powerful, so guns are on par with crossbows. Yeah, but that's the deal. Is I have also seen, by the way, guys, crossbows are pretty good at killing dudes too. I mean, crossbows will fuck some shit up. I don't know if you guys knew this, but it's how we were fighting wars for a while. The damage of a crossbow versus the damage of a bullet. And by the way, not all bullets, I don't know if you've seen the kind of damage a 9mm can do, but you can survive that, you know? It was the solution against plate mail. Yeah! Yeah! Dude, crossbows will fuck shit up, you know? So, yeah, if you reskin a crossbow as a firearm like I did with Vagabond, dude, you're fine, you know? And if misfire, if a lot of people started introducing this as some kind of a balance metric, and it was oh god, just doesn't have good play feel. This might be a thing that you introduce as hey, if a rust monster, if you run into a rust monster or something, this is most likely how that goes down. Maybe something like that, right? But as a result of every single check you make, oh my god, this has such bad play. Okay, multiple turns to reload. The long loading property require multiple turns to reload. I would have to see what that looks like. Okay. I'm gonna make a big suggestion here. You were saying that you wanted this to be, D&D, or you wanted it to be a rule set for 5e. Do not make it a 5e rule set. In fact, I'm gonna throw something to you that if you don't do it, I'm gonna fucking do it. Okay, and that is use Shadowdark. Okay, use Shadowdark, and congratulations, there you go. You just bought your. I just gave you an idea that will buy you your next house. Okay, don't use 5e for this. You want to use Shadowdark. You really want to use Shadowdark here. Nothing about this tells me you need to use the 5e license at all. There's stuff you keep stepping into telling yourself you need to use 5e. You don't. If you're not familiar with Shadowdark or what the hell ever, I'll throw you the PDF. Shit. Wait. Before I say that, how much is it right now? Yeah, see, you done with Shadowdark? That's what I was saying, man. Never mind. I will not throw you the PDF. Go get the quick start. Okay? But I think that Shadowdark is going to be better for this. I think that your different archetypes are going to be better represented in Shadowdark's leveling compared to the fuckiness that is 5e. And if your worry is like, well, how do I get people to play this if it's, you know, not 5th edition? I'm going to tell you this. I've said this in a video in the past. To anybody, I don't know why I'm making up this guy in a box here on this, but basically it's like this. People are playing Shadowdark. People are buying Shadowdark. It's a thing that's around. If you don't want to use 5e, and especially if you go, yeah, but I want it to be lower magic, you want to play Shadowdark is what you want to do. This would be a really good Shadowdark hack. If you don't do it, who is this? Quibbles. Cool. You have a month to make that happen, or else I'm gonna make it. All right. Yeah, like make this be the frontier scum of Shadowdark. That's what you want to do. You don't want this to be 5e. And if I hear that you're like, nah, I do want to stick to it as like a 5e thing, cool. I'm making the Shadowdark hack. Like, yeah. You gotta, well, thank you so much, Moon Druid. We'll see, we're working in the morning, love the work. Hey, thank you. Then do a 5e conversion when you got the time. People aren't buying 5e right now. They're just not picking it up, you know? Like, but if you make it for Shadowdark, like, you've basically made it for 5e anyways. You're just not beholden to Wizards' insanity, you know? 2 different attributes plus 2 proficiency bonus. Okay, and ability to communicate with other humans to create a character using the following steps. Yeah, you do not need to make this a 5e thing. And if you tell me that, like, well, I'm set on making it a 5e thing, I promise you, look, the mere fact that I mentioned it has already got other people wanting to make one. Okay? Lots of people have given this a shot for 5e. There's a reason it doesn't work. 5e makes superheroes. And you're going to have to do a lot more work to make it a 5e joint. And I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody who has watched my revenue fucking dip, it's not going to be worth it. And you're going to be a lot happier with the result if you just swap over to something like Shadowdark. Go pick up the starter kit. I promise you, I'll make a convert out of you just yet. That's to basically say that my big recommendation is stop using 5e and use Shadowdark. Yeah, yeah. Your thing is going to be a lot better there if you start using Shadowdark instead. Period. Like, yeah. Let's go over here and check out the Yman? Yman? Let's see here. What do we got? Who's messaging me? Okay. Oh, see? I mentioned, like, hey, I was going to do the consult. I'm doing the consult stream. Hey, guys, we're doing this tonight. And everyone's like, oh, okay. And I start streaming, and the people are like, wait, when can I submit? Ah! Okay. This is Yman, by who? Tiger Uppercut. Hell of a name. If you use Grit anywhere in your game, you're already hardcore for 5e. You're already too... Wait, if you use Grit anywhere in your game, you're already too hardcore for 5e? Oh, I was like, wait, what? Alright. Wait, how would a yeoman class even work? It's just basically a dude who wasn't even a noble. I have no idea. We're gonna see it. Okay. May or may not be as strong as I think, but I know many tricks and I have resolution. From Ernest Hemingway. Oh, it was Ernest E.R. Maybe this is Ernest Hemingway's like good brother. His never mind. Okay. So Lewis Medlock from Deliverance, Daryl Dixon from The Walking Dead, Yeoman Rand from Star Trek, and Naru from Prey. I know one of these people, and I'm hoping this is not the guy who was Fucking the other dude, telling him to squeal like a pig. Yeoman's work, an idiom for difficult work, is in support of a team. A yeoman will help battling, keep their teammates at their best while they're traveling in the wilds or in the heat of battle. Attack, first aid. Midline. Okay, so they're a midliner. So they get melee. Okay, so we're talking about like kind of a pseudo expert, like a medic. Okay. Recovery well-rounded. Yeah, so it feels like it's going to be a medic of sorts. You gain the combat medic perk. Okay, when you use this ability, the recipient gains favor on their next roll. Their survival checks are favored when foraging to receive. You receive an additional D6 of food or materials. Okay. Endure saves are favored is a quick one, but it's just generally too good. And it would be you have favor on endure saves. Favored and hindered are a state in the game of like this roll is favored, right? This doesn't actually give you the D6. Well, I mean it does, but it's not. This isn't really how this is supposed to be worded, but yeah. Invigorating salve. When you use a combat medic ability, the recipient can immediately take an action. Oh, that's really good. And the kind of thing that just basically completely dumps on Dancer, though. Oh, boy. I mean, is it fourth or... Yeah, fourth level? Is it fourth? It might be okay? But this can't improve. This is, if this were starting to improve at all, it basically makes Dancer an irrelevant class. What are they getting at 6 speedy recovery? They can benefit from it once per scene. In addition, the amount of healing received is doubled. Okay. I would worry a little bit about the operation of it. I'd have to see it, though. You gain the following perks. Oh, well-rounded. Advancement, Pack Mule, and new training. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna have to think about that one. Hang on a second. I gotta let Amelia out or she's gonna lose her mind. Ooh. You looked away for half a second and I pooped? I mean, well, never mind. I can't. No, that one's gotta go. All right, that is okay. Can revive a target as if you cast a life spell. Okay. Okay. Okay, so as a as a like I'm just a dude kind of class, right? Yeah, as an I'm just kind of a dude fighting. I mean, like if I think Daryl Dixon, right? I like the ideas that are in here a lot. This is brave, and I think it paid off for you really well. Yeah, I'm just a chill guy. Yeah. I like this. But I like this as something. God, how do I put this? I like this on something that would be literally any class other than this. Well, I say no. Sorry. Wait. I like this on any other, like, I'm a vanilla dude, right? If I were like, hey, I'm gonna play the villager class, and this was on there, I'd be like, oh, I get it. Okay, that's a dope whatever level class, right? Advancement, pack mule, and new training. God, I really like that. I really do. You mean like a subclass? What? What? No. I don't think so. What? I like this a lot. I don't really get it in this class, but I like it. Keying a lot of stuff off of combat medic. I don't think that this is really evocative of what this class is supposed to be. I would recommend a name change. You seem to really like it as a medic. So, like, you could go in that route, and I would recommend diverting it into that kind of a focus. Especially because you're already giving them, yeah. Yeah, you really want to make a medic here, but I will say that it's funny to me that this is probably my favorite thing I've seen in the whole bag. Mostly because this is a really interesting way to give you a sudden oomph that justifies a class otherwise not having anything incredibly unique. And this is so fun that I would say this could be the basis of a Vagabond class that was like, you get this at 4th and 8th level. You get an advancement, you get pack mule and new training. You get it at 4th and you get it at 8th. Okay, yeah, they want to come back in. Hang on. A communist? Woo woo. Comrade Taron. Hey, you know what's up. Yeah. I basically like so much of this stuff. I would recommend a name change. I think what you really want to do is make a medic of some kind here. And I would lean into that. I like well-rounded. I like this a lot. I like it a lot, and I would probably put it at 4th and 8th level. Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts right there. I think that this is cool. I think that there's definitely some stuff that needs a little bit of trimming down, but I think that this is more of a finding the narrative, right, and like redirecting where the class would go, rather than saying anything about like you need to like this is absolutely absurdly busted or yada yada yada, right? This is interesting. I like to see what you make happen with it, and this is. I like this so much it's got to get swiped for something in Vagabond. I don't know what, but this is like as cool of a vanilla scaling thing as I can think of. If it were like 4th and 8th level, that would basically be the perk. That would be like the class reason why you would go and play. Hey, I want to go play the everyman fucking peasant class. All right, cool. Pack Mule might be worth giving earlier. I mean, it's the collection of the 3 that's really cool to me. Oh, hey, Amanda. Hey, don't turn the light off, because if you do, it turns... Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's... Welcome in!
Hello!
Hello!
Hi!
Little lady!
Little me! Little me!
Hey, wait, you ready? Oh, damn it, it wasn't as loud as I thought.
Fart.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking about with that, and I think it's a fun idea.
You're a fun idea.
Chat says hi.
Hi, chat.
Look, tiny person.
Mm-hmm.
Look, chat says hi. Chat.
Titania. Hi, Titania.
How you doing? Are you drunk?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't have any drink. No, it was really cold.
Oh.
Really cold. My
Well.
nose is freezing. Put it in your cheek.
Put it in my pit.
No!
But
Put it on your cheek. Feel it.
it's
Feel
cold.
it.
See, I just did all this work to warm the house up the last 3 days, and now you're like, no, look, I'm cold. Feel me. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. But all right.
Hi, Orange Pancake.
Uh,
I like that name, Orange Pancake. I'm here for that.
orange pancake. All right, so let's take a look at this culinarian. We women playing this at work, and they will only play 5e. My goal is to make this. I think this Shadowdark is so much better. Yes, do it.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, if they'll only play 5e,
Deconvert them from 5e.
Yeah, the only things I really know how to say is it's like, okay, well, if it's just the people at work that are like, well, we're gonna stick with 5e, I would say like, all right, we'll tell them I really want to try this other thing, and like if you guys don't want to, then like whatever, but I don't want to continue GNing this game. And it tends to be that like people will more or less be like, oh, okay, well then yeah, we'll check this other thing out. It's rare I hear of too many people that actually say we refuse to play anything other than D&D 5e.
Yeah, it's like, I would say, at least just try it just once. And if you don't like it, then okay. But just try it.
Yeah, but also be aware it's
it.
not a fucking blood oath. You're not beholden to like run 5e or whatever. But also like, there's a thing that you like making, right? If you want to experiment with it in Shadowdark, there is territory for it if you wanted to do that, oh, that idea. Yeah, that hack. Great, Amanda. An imprecation? Imprecation? What, does that mean, like, you did a good job reprimanding them? I don't know. Hi.
Hello?
How are you?
I think I'm good. I got to see my favorite little gal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I feel like this might be... I don't know why, but it felt like it was like, kind of making me motion sick looking at it over here. But...
Looks like we're about to start a sea shanty or something.
Oh! Why would we be starting a sea shanty? Are you gonna bust out the parrot and the hook next? And the rum? You don't even know where the camera is.
It's up there.
Where?
There.
Oh, I thought you were about to point there. I was like, ha!
No! That one has a little light on. This one doesn't. Plus the angle, I knew it was tall because you can see the top of my head, so it definitely wouldn't be that one. That's my face level.
night, yeah. Well, what?
Saw Nosferatu. I just want to bite things now.
Oh, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Alright, so we have a culinarian.
I'm gonna go play Minecraft, I think.
Fine. Go keep trying to fix your nether portal.
You're...
No, I know, I'm just...
I know, I just have no foot in this game. So...
It's Vagabond.
Well, I can play Vagabond.
It's
but...
also what's going to be buying us a house.
Yep, but I'm not, well-versed. I can play the game, but, like, I can't help with this.
I'm giving you shit. Go. What? You said you wanted to go! You said you wanted to leave! You didn't want to be entertaining. Go on! Go on!
Okay,
Go! Yeah! Don't, no, now Apollo's gonna tear that up. No, bud, no. You immediately, you just bought that fucking pillow! Alright. Alright. Just tell them, let's try this one shot and then lead into a mini arc, and before you know it, they're hooked on something else. Like, yeah, maybe. I'm also like, you know, I just don't really hear of too many people that are genuinely like, we never want to play anything other than D&D 5e. It's not that good of a game. If somebody is saying that they don't want to play something other than 5e, and you go, okay, well, I'm planning to run this upcoming week, and they get mad at you for that, then it's like, okay, well, take your goddamn crayons and go home. Like, I want to run this one, and for people that are on board, cool, let's do it. Otherwise, if we're going to get pissy at me because I don't want to play that game, as much as you might want to play it, I don't want to, right? Anyways, so... Anyone can cook, but only the fearless can be great. Chef Cousteau from Ratatouille. Alright, so it's a chef. It's a chef. Okay, we got it, right? My group are all too busy to learn another system. No, they are not. I promise you they are not. I promise you they are not. I promise you that they are too busy to learn another D&D. But most systems out there do not take that much work. You can literally learn Into the Odd in less than a minute. They're not. If they're too busy to learn another system, the other system you're talking about is Pathfinder. In that case, I'm like, okay, yeah, or Traveler, or Lancer. Okay, yes, I get that. But if we're talking about something like Shadowdark, it's not that. It doesn't take that much work. Literally less than 6,000 words in the entire book. It's not about 5e being good or bad, typically about I refuse to learn something else, and the first one I played, and I put money into it, and I've already made characters. Yeah, sunk cost, right? Yeah, what up, no fun? Yeah, it's 100% sunk cost, and people, like, keep trying to constantly convince themselves they won't play, they don't need to play anything else. And, like, if they genuinely have fun playing 5e, okay, that's all good. I have told plenty of people, like, I don't have an issue. Like, I just had this conversation with Pointy Hat the other day. Like, he likes playing 5e. I'm like, alright, cool, you like the system. Like, that's fine. I like other stuff. Here we go. Like, that's it. It's not a knockdown drag out, you know. A couple things as I'm looking at this kind of right off rip. I wouldn't recommend Link as an iconic culinarian. This game was not primarily about cooking stuff. That was a subsystem. I get Senshi from Dungeon Meshi. Gremmeowster Chef from Monster Hunter World. Is this a character that you play as and is, like, very important, or is this just a cat that cooks things? Like, you know what I mean? Someone in chat tell me, because I'm not familiar with Monster Hunter. Yeah, no, my system's right, your system is wrong. Yeah. I caught this the other day. I faced a little pseudo cancellation over on Blue Sky. A cat. Yeah. So is it just like a cat, or is it like a cat you play as? Games of Future 1,000,000 ability buttons are going to have so much extra work. Yeah, just give many features. Yep. It's a grandma cat that cooks you a pot roast. So it's not like a character you play as, or like really, really pivotal. It's literally just another chef. Your best friend is a professional DM, so he lives and breathes 5e. I think that professional term there is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Oh man. I would try to look for a more iconic representation here. Who am I thinking of? There's a chef in a fantasy book. Oh, fucking Sam. He gets paid to DM for strangers in 5e every week. I mean, okay. And again, I've got no reason to be whatever. But if they're that stuck in it, and then people want to venture out and do other stuff, then I tell them okay, well then find it, get it on the group. But for the most part, I haven't, this whole idea that there are people who will refuse to play any other game. I'm kind of well, okay, that's on them, right? But if you want to do something else, why not find another group? There's also plenty of different avenues. Yeah. Oh god, this leg. You want to try Never Stop Blowing Up? I haven't even looked at it yet. Okay. So I would try to come up with maybe some more characters who are iconic for being culinarians. Because right now I kind of just get the sense that we just have chefs. Let me see real quick. I see that this character is from an anime, so I am not Googling this on screen. What do we got? Okay, but this is... I don't know... So they were a chef in an anime? Didn't once list Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, but Gordon Ramsay's a real world chef. We need fantasy chefs. Let's take a look here, right? Cooks in fantasy. Cooks in fantasy stories. Okay, yeah, give me... How about TV tropes? Let me look up TV tropes. The chef. There's Sanji from One Piece. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right, huh? Yeah, but that needs to be your only anime rep. Supreme Chef. Sweet. All right, here you go. Here's a little inside ball here. Brock from Pokemon is a culinarian. I guess that's fair. So I like going to TV tropes for a lot of stuff. I don't always trust them because they're essentially publicly editable from my understanding. But yeah, so be aware. I love picking this out, especially for the iconics. Feminine women can cook this character's... Wait. Real men and... What? Okay. So let's see. Literature. Angela Nicely. I'm trying to see one that I'm boom, that. Willy Wonka on a grand scale. That's funny. Discworld. Okay, so Discworld has some chefs. Dracula is a chef? I wouldn't list Dracula. Charity Carpenter from Dresden Files. She can whip up a 5-course meal to 12 from an egg. For 12 from an egg. 2 spaghetti noodles, some household chemicals, and a stick of chewing gum. Too bad that Jean apparently skipped over Molly. What? Oh, Lethal Chef. Charity Carpenter. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head how involved she is in the Dresden Files. the name doesn't immediately click for me. Hannibal? Like Hannibal Lecter? I mean, I guess. He did make those brains look tasty. Yeah, she sounds like the MacGyver of food, which is what you would want, right? Neelix from Star Trek. I have not watched Star Trek. Or no, sorry, I have, and it wasn't for me. But I'm gonna assume yes. Jack Horner from Puss in Boots. Maybe? House elves from Harry Potter. Peeta Mellark from the Hunger Games. More like a supreme baker since he's never shown cooking food. Okay, if they're never shown it, you don't list them. That has to be a key part of the story. That's another thing for me. Lazy Dungeon Master? What? Like the Sly Flourish book? When Kyo stumbles on the cooking skill as a result of when Akasha spins, he gives the skill to Kinu. She becomes an even better cook, able to create fantastic dishes literally in the blink of an eye. Huh, never heard of that one before. Legends and Lattes. Oh, that's great. Okay. I'm trying to find a couple more that I'm like, boom, this story, right? Powder Mage. Oh man. Those of you who are, hang on. That one. All right. This has been sitting on my motherfucking shelf for a while. I have been meaning to read this series so bad. Brian McKellen's Powder Mage series is like a whole magic system based around like fucking doing coke lines of gunpowder. It's apparently as batshit crazy as that sounds. And as I am looking at writing some stuff for Zweihander, I'm like, all right, cool. Let's see what's up. I have been meaning to get into that one. So hearing about this, and this is not an unpopular series. Powder Mage is like pretty well read in a lot of the fantasy like lit heads. Jake the dog might qualify here actually. Maybe. Yeah, I think that Jake is definitely like the heart. Let me see here. Friar Hugo and okay, if you got one in Redwall, okay. You won't spoil it, but the cook character in Powder Mage is perfect for what you want. All right, I need to read it. So Mahali from the Powder Mage trilogy might be a really good one to go with. I would look into it. Friar Hugo, look, fantasy heads have read Redwall. This is, especially if they're into animal fantasy at all, this sets so many standards for a genre. Redwall is hugely influential. Now I try to divert that and pick only like one from lit, one from something else. Like one from video games, one from like anime, theater. We're not gonna go with Cooking Mama. She's like the easiest one to grab. Don't starve character Warley. That's super funny. Not what I would call iconic, but a really good game. Dwarf Fortress, Elder Scrolls. Tifa's a cook? I didn't... Wait. Yeah, I guess... Okay, yeah, she did own the Seventh Heaven. Or what? Wait, I can't remember. Okay. Willy Wonka's... No. I don't think Willy Wonka's a good pick here. Mostly because, like, if we're talking about literature, we want somebody that is like, if they are a cook adventurer, we really like to push that as the idea, because this isn't just like, oh yeah, well they cook stuff. No, we need like really good fantasy reps of what this is, so that people know what to expect from playing the class. Yeah, I know Final Fantasy's got a cook class. Patty and Fire Emblem, Lowen, Rebecca. I thought I remembered Oscar. God, I'm trying to see. Ringo from Blue Eye Samurai. Ooh. Is he the one without the hands? Yes! God, this guy is so... Oh. Tear your heart out. Yeah, Blue Eye Samurai's got Ringo, the guy that doesn't have any hands, who is like actually like a really good chef. Especially for like a modern rep. I love that they're just showing Ringo from the Beatles. Yeah, especially as like a modern rep. Ringo's quite good of a rep there. I'd actually highly recommend Ringo. Yeah. Poe also uses cooking to support a group of martial warriors. Poe. The fucking Kung Fu Panda? Andromir, the serpent from Golden Kamui? What? What? Persona. No, we're not going to get into the alchemy as food thing. The Duke plays this role in Resident Evil. Okay. See, this is getting into literally just cooking. We need a chef. Well, there you go. Jake the dog is number 1 up there. But that's not really Jake's thing. No, Jake is like a shapeshifter. Wait. Shake has been shown in Aqua Teen Hunger Force to be good at cooking? Really? I don't remember that. Bob Belcher. Although, I will say, he doesn't, like, go and, like... Yeah, he doesn't, like, go on, like, a crazy adventure or anything like that. But I will say, I think it's hilarious how actually incredible Bob is at cooking, like, in the show. And they, like, never explore that. They're just like, no, he just, like, treats these things like gourmet meals, but, like, nobody appreciates it. Although, I will say, I think, like, my favorite thing, my favorite running gag in Bob's Burgers is, like, Bob is bisexual, and they don't ever really do anything with that. It's just really fucking funny that, like, there will be men hit on Bob, and he's, like, totally into it. Zeke is like, oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that episode. She's been the whole episode sitting in the madness trying to steal the muffins from one into the class. Oh, man. Garfield, okay. Inga is talented in this. Wait, but Inga was a... Oh, yeah, one-shot character. I thought it was Harold. Wait, I thought Harold... No, Harold was a really good butcher. That's right. Hey, how's it going, James? Good to see ya. Rock from Stormlight. Okay, I haven't gotten that far into Stormlight yet. Queen of the technically a blue mage. Okay, so basically... wait, oh, someone made a fan comic of Bob coming out as bi, and the kids celebrate by getting him a bicycle. Oh, it's so fucking funny. What was the gag? He was, like, buying a turkey. Yeah, they have like a throwaway gag where oh wait, why? No, I don't want a Facebook video. Give me YouTube or nothing else.
Yesterday.
Yep.
Oh, God.
Turkey number 2, huh? Messed up the first one?
No, it's a long story.
Not so easy to just step into the kitchen, is it?
No, actually, I'm a professional cook.
Yeah, you and me both, right? Okay, don't mess this one up.
I didn't.
Next!
I didn't mess it up. Hi, I need 2 turkeys, please.
Oh, you again.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I think I know what's going on here, and I'm flattered, but I'm in a relationship.
What? Oh, no. I'm not trying to.
Hey, listen, Daddy. Don't you let one rejection keep you from getting out there. You seem great.
Okay, thanks.
There's a whole group of guys out there who don't care about what guys look like.
Can I just get my turkey, please?
You know, I got a friend. He's into sloppy bears.
What's a sloppy bear?
You know, you got the muffin top, you got food on your shirt.
God, I do.
Let me set you up. I tell you what, I'm gonna write down the number on the receipt. You take it
No,
home and do what you
I
want.
think you have the wrong idea. I'm not interesed in...
I know. You're not interested. That's
in a
cool.
relationship.
Here's
I'm
the
s-
number. I'll talk to you later. Get out of here. Hey, you again, huh?
Oh, hey, you again. And me, yep.
And I mean, come on, look, Bob is wearing the like white t-shirt with the gray slacks. You know Bob fucks, all right?
Just, I came for a...
I say slacks, the sweats.
I suppose you want another turkey.
Yes, that's exactly what I want. A turkey. I didn't come for anything else.
Okay, fine. You wore me down. Damn it. Things are not going great with Tony. Haven't been going great with Tony for a long time. You know, Tony's hot, but maybe it's time for me to just settle.
No. Look at me. I'm nothing. You love Tony. Stay with Tony.
I'm so sick of Tony and his dancing.
Oh, no, I don't know Tony, but I assume it's great.
It's not great with
You
Tony.
should definitely stay with Tony.
No. Yo, I'm taking my break. Oh my God, we're doing this.
No, we're not.
Hey, what do you want to do?
I don't know.
You want to go to the beach? Huh?
No, maybe. Wait, I'm straight. I mean, I'm mostly straight.
Let's go.
Call Tony.
No, let's just have sex. Oh God, this feels so great.
I should just... Sorry, I gotta go cook this. Also, I'm married, but if I wasn't... Who am I kidding? You're out of my league. It would never work.
What are you talking about?
I fucking love that scene. It's so good. Who am I kidding? It wouldn't work. You're out of my league. That's so good. Maybe Hank Hill. No, he's not a... No. That... You guys just keep listing cooks. Like, you guys just keep listing people that have been shown on screen flipping a burger at one point. We're talking about, like, personality. Like, this is a part of their identity, you know? That's wholesomely cute. Bob's Burgers is, like, full of gags like that. If you haven't watched it, it's really good. It's not, like, my preferred watch, because I think that they... I think I aged out of a lot of the screaming in that show. But I mean, goddamn, it's a really, really, yeah. Bender. Now again, SpongeBob makes sense, right? It's a part of his identity. He's really, really good at it, right? Whereas a lot of the other people, it's like that's a hobby of theirs. Someone said Shaggy, and I just saw Scooby Doo. They're portrayed as brilliant cooks. That's funny. SpongeBob would make sense, but we need, like, I would like a horror. Okay, so there you go. There's the dude from One Piece. So Sanji, I guess. Are you saying something? What? Oh, yeah. I forgot you watch One Piece. You love the Archer's Burgers crossover? Yes! Right? Like, whenever Archer... So, like, Archer gets amnesia, and since they're both voiced by the same guy, I guess people that don't watch either show, H. John Benjamin voices both Archer and Bob from Bob's Burgers. And there was an episode where, like, after Archer had, like, he had survived, like, a near-death experience or something, I'm trying to remember, but he had amnesia, and the next episode was, like an episode of Bob's Burgers in the Archer animation style, and it was so fucking funny. Oh man. But yeah, it was like that Archer had apparently like bonked his head and was like actually believed he was a fry cook, and yeah, it's so good. Soma Yukihara. So we have our anime rep. Okay. So if we said Sanji, right? So let's get out of the weeb shit. We have a couple of lit reps, right? So this is what I would do, right? Just kind of go through, look and see, is there maybe somebody I could pick that would be a better rep as a, not just a chef, but as an adventuring chef. You know, Kronk from Emperor's New Groove? I thought that was, I think it's just like a gag. That's what I said. I said Sam Gamgee. And then someone in chat was like, no, what? Anyways. All right. So getting back to that. So that's where I would say, like, they're even more representative of being a chef than Link from Legend of Zelda. Right? All right. So let's start up from the top. Oh, wait. Actually, I wanted to address something real quick. Why do they have melee and ranged weapons as their training? This is another part of why, like, I never really get it with a chef class. People seem to think that because, like, they can wield a knife, that they must know how to use a sword, right? So because Vagabond is reduced down a lot more, I don't think that they should have any weapon training here. And instead that should be, like, part of the skills that they do, and their core playstyle should be evoked through their stuff up here, right? Can't remove one fatigue. If it heals the 2d6, that's already really good. I can't remove the one fatigue. That is way too good this early. That could be legitimately, that could be something that could happen at, like, 8th level. If it was just an additional d6, that's okay. But, like, you might even be able to say, like, their flavor is so supreme, whatever, that, like, they last longer. Or like, you know what I mean? Kronk is actually a perfect one. He's literally a diner chef in the sequel. Well, but that's the thing. Is he going on an adventure, or is that the gag of he stopped doing the sidekick thing and he's now being a chef? You know, like, this is what separates guys. Like, okay, if we say Sanji is going on an adventure, and part of him being a chef is part of what makes him an interesting character as an adventurer, right? It's not just a character trait of, like, I like to flip a pan. Or I say flip a burger. It's not just that, right? It's like, it literally plays into how he is an adventurer, right? Samwise. Motherfucker brings it up nearly every single break. I need to do a rewatch of Lord of the Rings too. Samwise. I would try to get away from just like, hey, this is a person that is a fry cook on TV, and get into, like, yeah, this is actually a character trait that influences the way that this character interacts with the world, right? Exotic ingredients. When you make a ration, you just want to, okay. You do so, you choose an effect from your recipe list. Uh-oh. Huh? That he doesn't go on a fantasy adventure. He's a fucking rat. No. He wants to be a restaurant chef. You're just saying chefs. This is the same problem with chat. They were like, Gordon Ramsay. I was like, hey, I haven't seen him kill a fucking dragon. What? Yeah, that too. Was that really a thing? He actually did that? This was on an episode? Wait, he did this?
This summer, 2 talk show hosts will square off in epic battle between late night
Julie may
Wait.
be on the talk, but she is all talk.
and daytime.
I'm ready for this. James Corden.
There is not an option.
What in the is that? You got mad! Eat it then!
Tensions reach their boiling point.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
Idiot sandwich what?
An idiot.
Okay, no, he didn't actually do it on Kitchen Nightmares or whatever. He did it on James Corden's show. Yeah. And I mean, James Corden sucks. So, like, yeah. Guy Fieri. These are just chefs! You're just listing chefs, right? Not adventuring chefs. You know? Like... Okay. Alright, so we'll move on from there. No. You know the pool is shallow when I'm desperate to think of Final Fantasy XV's Ignis? But that's not bad. That's not terrible as an idea. If someone had that as a rep, I'd be like, okay, I get you. But, like, I do think that there are better reps. Ronald McDonald? No! He must have adventures. Guy Fieri travels the U.S. That is not a fantasy adventure. Okay, like, does traveling the world count as adventuring? No! Are they fighting goddamn dragons and trolls and beating a giant over the fucking face with a goddamn hammer? No! Colonel Sanders. Alright. That's not even how you spell Colonel Sanders. That's Colonel like corn. It's... If Winnie's can have a TTRPG... They wrote a 5e adventure. Oh, Christ. Okay. Hang on. We gotta actually do this. When you make a rations, you can use 20 as of materials from a being that is not a human-like. If you do so, choose an effect from your recipe list. When eaten, the being gains the effect for 1 shift. And they don't stack? Okay, I would not get this specific. I would just say ingredients and just let them color what they want that to be. I would just get rid of this. Because, like, I don't think many people were going to think cannibalism, but the fact that you wrote that in made me immediately think of cannibalism. And I was like, okay, I don't exactly want that to be a thing, but we have this one restriction, whereas everything else seems to be like, okay, you could go just do this, right? If it's not a gameplay... Okay, this sounds weird. I'm justifying cannibalism here, all right? Now, the reason is there isn't really a gameplay, like, balancing restriction that we're worried about. That, you know what I mean? And, like, if we're talking about harvesting materials off a thing, like, how much is a pinky worth in the game? We're not going to put a value on that because, like, that gets to some odd territory. Captain Crunch. All right, no, we're good. We're good. We're gonna get our reps. How did we go this long without mentioning a single character from Chowder? I don't know of too many people that remember that show. Who's to say cannibalism isn't nutritious just because it's on spongiform brain hardening? What? Right. Cookie Farnsworth from Atlantis. Oh, wait, that's right. Hang on, is she the fucking... No, wait, hang on. Cookie... Never mind. No, this is not the hot chick. Actually, this is the team chef. I would say he's an adventurer. Yeah. No, that's the fucking hot chick, whatever her name is. I don't remember. Dude, okay. Amanda, would you say that Atlantis is one of the movies that defined if you were bisexual? Wait, what? I have heard a lot of people say that Atlantis was the movie where they figured out they were gay. Yeah. I think that you see a lot of different body types. She's an engineer. No, she's not just an engineer. She's a Tinker Mommy, okay? Tinker Mommy is a whole archetype. And look, It's a good one. I don't know what it is. You give a chick a wrench, and it's like, yo. But wait, I know you're asking her what the hell is a Tinker Mommy? Guys, this is absolutely an archetype. Tinker Mommy. Archetype. Okay, that's saying the mother. Okay, so I called it a Tinker Mommy, apparently, and that was only me and my friends. What the fuck do you call this? You've been saying Tinker Mommy since Jack 2? Okay, hang on. Yo, could you tighten my nuts? Yeah. Tinker Woman archetype. What, I guess... No, not Tinkerbell! Engineer Woman. Bulma! Fucking there you go. Bulma. Any of you all that are like, yeah, I don't really get this archetype, and I say Bulma from Dragon Ball Z, you're like, oh no, I get it now. Okay. Okay, let me see. Bulma TV tropes. Just type Wrench Mommy? Is it Wrench Mommy? Okay, that got the Wrench Wench. Yes! Fucking Winry. Winry from Full Metal Alchemist. All you guys that keep going like, oh, we've been out over FMA, right? Yeah. Yeah, what's her name from Full Metal? Yeah, Winry is a Wrench Wench, which I like that even more than Tinker Mommy. Yeah, so like, anime, who all do we have? Bulma, right? They're gonna say Riku from Final Fantasy X. Video games. Final Fantasy, right? Fallout had to have one, right? Yeah, there you go. Riku from Final Fantasy X. Sydney from Final Fantasy 15. Look, guys. I absolutely have to open this up off stream. Dude, they fucking... Look, Square Enix knew that this was an archetype. They knew that people were, like, super hungry for it from Final Fantasy X. So then, they decide, hey, you know what? We'll feed your thirst, okay? We'll quench that thirst right here. Fucking Cindy from Final Fantasy 15. Come on. Kaylee from Firefly. I'm not... Kaylee from Firefly. What is the archetype? Like, what... I don't know why this became a thing. There's a chick with a greasy vest on. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, this archetype of... We have very attractive chick that likes to work on engines, right? Yeah. This is a whole ass archetype. And a really good one. Like, it seems like... I don't know who the original one would be. I mean, I think the person who made me aware of it was Riku from Final Fantasy X. Yeah, dude, her whole ass thing was like, here you go, the Al Bhed in general. Dude, the Al Bhed were such a cool faction in that game. Wait, we can't open this up on stream yet. Oh, you AI bros went and fucked this up. Okay, well, nope, never mind. We just can't open that over here. Yeah, Riku from Final Fantasy X. Wait, this is good, right? Yeah, there we go. Dude, like, she was, like, the quick alchemy, like, tinker chick that, like, made it feel... She, like, really helped to define the archetype, at least from, like, what I super remember back then. And for women specifically, it was, like, Bulma and then Riku were, like, way early on in that. Would Marissa Tomei from My Cousin Vinny count? Oh, you know who does? Funnily enough, Luann Platter from King of the Hill. Luann, my favorite, yeah, One of my favorite jokes in King of the Hill is like Luann has trouble locking down a job, and like whenever all the guys are like trying to work on their trucks or whatever, if they can't think of like what to do, Luann just comes out and immediately figures the problem out. And it's like, wait, she's struggling to be a hairdresser, but she's this goddamn savant of trucks? Like, what? It's such a funny throwaway gag. I love it so much. Huge thing because of the We Can Do It poster. Oh, wait, you're right! Actually, that has to be it. That's it 100%. It has to be all because of like this big push during World War II to get women into manufacturing, because all the dudes were over there fighting in the war, and like we were having struggles keeping up with making plane parts and shit. That is, I wonder if if we didn't just literally like do a YouTube video style research on the origin of this entire archetype. Congratulations, we have researched a fetish down to its original source. I think that might have been a world record. Like, the model for that just turned 100. She's still alive? She's still alive? Naomi Parker Fraley. Oh, no, wait, she died. She died. We caught you in a lie. She died at 96. He's gonna be making a new short for YouTube? Nah. It was funny, though. Like several fetishes that started from World War II. Well, we're gonna move on from that one. Yes, the wrench winch. I love it. The artisan, you don't know. Wait, wasn't it Norman Rockwell that made it? I thought. Who was the artist? No, J. Howard Miller. He died at 84. I don't know, man. All right. So, oh yeah, we were doing this. Okay. Now, it's also weird that like you could eat an artificial with this, so like you can just make a homunculus and just chew on it. And yeah, I would say just like ingredients. Ingredients are you know, you get them like materials. Maybe that's it. When eaten, it gains the effect for one shift. Okay. For a shift, its damage die are one size larger. I don't think we can do quite this much. I wouldn't mind this as like a +1 bonus. Like, but this is here. Let me tell you my current issue with this right now is that this is just a port of The Legend of Zelda. Like it's just a port of the way that it works in like the Breath of the Wild, right? And it would need nerfing, and I don't know exactly what. These are the quick, like, okay, well, here's the idea. We throw it at the wall, and it could probably work for a campaign. However, like, I would be reluctant to just give you favor like this, and I would be twice as reluctant to increase your damage dice by one size. This is the kind of thing that a lot of classes are like, they get something in their core to do this. Or it requires a perk, right? If this is a flexible pick that you can make, I'd be a little bit worried there. You can forage when you travel at any pace, and when you forage, you gain a study die. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that's cute. Okay, yeah, and it helps out with the expert kind of stuff. When you eat a ration with exotic ingredients, roll a d10. If the result is equal to or lower than your awareness, you learn any weaknesses or immunities of the being. Oh, okay. You gain the protection power. Wait, and the protection power. Okay, all right, against it. Ooh, so this is for those of you not familiar with Vagabond. This is actually the power of a relic. I don't mind this as a benefit that you would get, but it's also the kind of thing that it feels like this is written to be better handled by a video game than at a TTRPG. Like, what do we eat that off of? Oh, this griffin? Alright, cool. Well, then what that means is most likely we're not going to run into another griffin, because we just handled that one, and most likely the GM is not going to prepare another griffin for us to fight later on down the line. It tends to be that DMs are going to vary that stuff up a bit more. And this is better handled by a video game than it would be a TTRPG, is kind of where I'm at with that. And, like, it might just need to be, like, given, right? It's Rosie the Riveter, you were partially right. Yeah. Wait, what? It works better as a subsystems like the poisons? That's kind of what I thought. Cookie the Ogre? I mean, people can technically eat clay, ash, dirt, etc. It's just not good for you. Well, yeah. Hey, what up, Evan? What are we cooking up? Oh, I'm doing a Wednesday review kind of consultation thing. Yeah, man, how's it going? Good to see you. Let me see there. Okay. I like this as an idea, like I said, for a video game. I don't really like it as a TTRPG feature. It's also a bit like, maybe instead of that you could refine this, especially because, like, I think about if we play this solo, I'm already going to know this stuff because it's on the stat block. And in a lot of cases, it's just not that great. So, like, if I can get it and it's instant knowledge, right, then it's really good. But I think this in practice is not fantastic. You get the ability to recognize the future of one foe, of the weakness or immunity of the being. I mean, if you were that stuck on, like, we have to make that mechanic work, maybe that could be a fix, technically, but, like, I don't think that this is really the narrative for where that needs to go. So one on the news the other day, you don't watch the news, it was up to the somewhere. A real-life Rosie the Riveter, Jane... Oh, a real-life Rosie... Ah, okay. Gotcha. Extra seasoning... choosing an effect. Okay, so you can choose 2 of these. Okay. You are what you eat. You can choose to gain 1 effect permanently. So you can eventually just build up all of these. This can't be the capstone because this isn't the way that favor works. This would give you favor, right? Gives favor on endure saves. Okay. So gives favor on endure saves. Now, if I were just able to stack that with something else, right? Now, if I stacked tough with tough, suddenly I have 2 favor on endure saves. Oh, you see what I mean? So, like, the way that this is supposed to work, it won't actually work the way that you're wanting it to. It would need to have that kind of a tweak right there. But, like, I'm not really a fan of this feature right here. This is one that I would just, like, if I were making a cook, especially one that I was going to put, like, out for Vagabond, it wouldn't have this. I think in practical play, this is not really going to pay off for you. I would like to see something. Now, you did get this, right? The 4th level giving you a nice oomph at 8th as well. But this is just kind of the problem with this kind of class as an archetype, is like, anytime that we do a chef, we're like, well, we want it to cook things. Okay, well, how do we get cooking to work really well for a TTRPG? And then everything kind of starts to break down, you know. In part, this probably doesn't need to be a thing until later on. And I would say at minimum 6th level, if not your capstone. Fatigue is pretty detrimental, and it's the thing that a lot of classes use to like justify you having a limited pool for this feature, right? I'd be really, really worried about that. I'm not a huge fan of the narrative that's happening right in here. You might even be able to say that, like, or ingredients are any materials. Ingredients use the same rules as materials, you could say. And if they just hand wave it, you're like, well, yeah, but we scrapped that sword, and that doesn't perfectly simulate that I used the materials from that sword to make this soup. You used it to make the bowl. Who cares? Like, just kind of move it forward, you know? This is cute. The thing, it doesn't really tell me meal prep. I would rather see this at your first level. Because, like, this just feels like you're really good for a breather. You're really, really good during that breather. And, like, they're limited to only getting this, like, once per shift. But at that same time, you just don't really have a class outside of this right here. You know? Yeah, so you gave them the weapon training that they have right here, but, like, I don't... This isn't really feeling like a cook. I would say start out first by, like, checking out these iconics and maybe, like, maybe trying to pull some ideas from the fiction, right? Right off rip, though, it is... I just don't really feel like this is operating well for Vagabond. And it's kind of one of these things, right? Like, this is definitely a Legend of Zelda port. Like, I think this is what you can do to food. Like, these are even the descriptor tags for the food. And I don't think that this is really going to work out well or strong enough to justify why your class just doesn't really give you much oomph, I guess. Yeah. I would say start from there. Go with the iconics and try to figure out who your, like, better inspirations are. Not just as a, you know, patty flipper. Like, don't just say SpongeBob. We find the cooks that, like, they also go on adventures and then try to get inspiration there. And then I would say just kind of take in mind some of the other stuff I had mentioned. But yeah. Onyx, you have submitted a third thing this stream. Onyx. I'm about to skip it. Yeah, what do we have? A Fisher class for Vagabond. Mecha TTRPG. Okay, we can't get to that. That's going to have to get saved for another one. Onyx, I'm going to save yours for a future stream. Walter White. What? Oh, for the cooks. Oh, that's funny. Onyx, we're saving yours for a future stream. Alright, let me see this Yakuza. Dump truck! Alright. Damn! Alright, the Yakuza, this is from Titania. Yakuza are members of crime syndicates. Authorities call them violent, but they call themselves chivalrous. Because they're hardy when you hear someone out. They're stronger. Attack melee. Okay, brawler or monk. Okay. So we have heat. Succeeding heat checks make you... succeeding heat checks makes you enter berserk. Your main berserk this way for 1 minute. You can end it... Wait. What? Hang on. Wait, you're editing it right now. Hang on, wait. Don't... That... Hang on, I'll just say this real quick. I was actually recommended this by somebody else. I will not be able to review these in the future if people are currently editing the documents. Hang on. Yeah, I can't edit these while I see that somebody else is currently editing the document, because I don't know what you're about to put on my screen, right? So I don't know if you got a picture of a giant cock or something like that you're going to post into your homebrew, and that's going to fuck up my world over here on YouTube. So I have to see. You're not touching it right now. I need you to close out the document. You don't know who that is? Well, it has your profile picture that you use on Discord. Do you have it open in a phone? Make a copy? I guess that's fair. What is going on? It's just, it was something I was warned about with live streaming. Whenever I'm doing these consult streams, because if they're editing it in Google Docs, it's close. All right, thank you. If they're editing it in Google Docs while I have it up on stream, we saw this chaos happen whenever I whenever I did that warlock. The community is going to make a warlock subclass. I didn't think about this because I was like, my community is probably going to be really good, right? But I have been advised ever since then that I not have a document open on stream while somebody else is editing it. Because they can post whatever they want to in that doc, and then it's just going to be up on my YouTube channel, you know? So, heat. Number one, I don't know what the heat check is. If this is a check against extreme heat, then I don't really know what's going on with that. I don't super know. Your main berserk this way for 1 minute unless you end it. Okay. Or go unconscious while berserk. Your attack damage dice are one size larger and can explode. If you fail a heat check, you can end berserk on yourself and reroll the heat check plus half your Yakuza level round up. What is the heat check? Heat as in Cops GTA, I bet. But, like, I don't... This is for Vagabond. Like, I wrote the system, so I don't know what this is in reference to. It's explained? If you use the hold, rush, or use action, this or the previous round... Okay, so we have a tracking element, right? Some checks become heat, respectively. Okay. So if I pass a check... Okay, so... You also gave it the resourceful perk too late. Classes get their given perk at first level. This isn't a new feature right here. This is a way to make this operate, right? Now, if you say, if you pass a, this is too much to remember right now. If you use the hold, rush, or use action, the next... I'm trying to figure out how to make this mechanic work for you. Because it's too specific right here. Hold it, he's straight up from the Yakuza video game. Can they use that legally? Like, doesn't that stray too close to copyright? I don't think Yakuza, the franchise, is going to come after somebody homebrewing for Vagabond. If they're just making this to make it, it's probably whatever. But, like, it's okay to be inspired by stuff. I mean, they say right here, that's, like, one of the iconics. I don't sweat it. Don't get too, like, about copyright stuff. No, it's just the real Yakuza that's going to come after him. Oh man. I don't think that this feature is actually doing anything. It is helping this up here to maybe operate, but that's too complicated. This needs to be like you're trying to make a sequence happen here of like you use the hold action and then your attack check generates or uses heat. Or no, it is a kind of a check. I think I just have to fundamentally disagree with this as a mechanic. I would say when you pass a check to attack, dodge, or block, like you could say when you pass an attack check or a reflex or endure save, you can choose to go berserk for 1 minute, unless or until you end it or go unconscious. While berserk, and then have the other stuff kind of click in there, right? Because yeah, this seems like you're porting. Since we now know you're porting the video game, right? People get the roll. Oh yeah. Yakuza is a actual term. It can't be copyrighted. Well, right. Don't sweat. Don't sweat someone else's legal situation unless it directly impacts you. There we go. Yeah. Let me recommend that. I know a lot of people think that, like, hey, because I did some YouTube videos that were, like, calling out some bullshit in the industry, that I'm the guy that they should bring a lot of their, like, hey, this guy over here is fucking something up. In all reality, you guys should chill, all right? Smoke them if you got them, kind of thing, all right? If that company decides that they want to take issue with the fact that someone's making fan content for this, we would call that a very petty lawsuit. Especially if they try to send you a cease and desist, or if they just tried to sue you for using, like, hey, I made this fan thing that was inspired by your video game, and then they go, cool, we're suing you now. Well, that's how they really quickly start to lose customers. That's the thing, is, like, I think people have, like, kind of an odd perception of the legal system. I'm going to let you guys know right now, suing somebody looks really bad for you. Most people view a company suing an individual as being a bully. Yeah, it's mega bad for PR. Yeah, it's terrible for PR. And especially if it was like, hey, this person wrote a thing because they really like your thing. Are they making money off of it? No. You're still suing them? Oh. Yeah, get fucked. Like, yeah. This is why Wizards of the Coast made the fan content policy. Because, like, it was to let people know, like, you can use our shit. We're not going to come after you. You know, we're putting that in writing. Yeah. I wouldn't use the picture of the characters. That plain simple anime book was using copyrighted characters. Yes. Yeah. But I like Blaine. I think Blaine is a good dude. I've seen a lot of his content. I've even streamed with Blaine in the past. However, Blaine is playing it very fast and loose with that legally. And I have given him the advice publicly to take that project down. I would still probably be heeding that advice today. Depending on how much money he's made with that, that could be a big fucky wucky headache. And I would still, to this day, if Blaine were ever to, like, hit me up about it, I'd be like, dude, I think you got to rethink this. I think that this project is going to get you into some heat. Ha! Funnily enough. Okay, so this would need to move up to first level, right? Once per combat, you can make one attack if you succeed a heat check. I wouldn't want to track this. And, like, now that we've added this, if we... You see, like, now if we get rid of the... And I think that there's other ways you can do this easier. Wait, did I read that once per combat? It's once per round. Duh. Okay, yeah, attack, dodge, or block. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, charm, confuse, or compelled to act against your will. Tends to also include frightened. And especially as a frontliner, they're going to want that. The value of the resourceful fork can be as high as half your Yakuza level, rounded up. Amount of gold, okay. Once per round, you can end the berserk. You can end berserk on yourself to immediately take one action. So, I think this is probably too spammable. And I can see why you thought, like, you trade the action, like, it's a 2-action setup for a 1-action, you get an extra action. But I don't think that this... I don't think that the setup is really worth it to make for a more complicated, at 10th level, you get another action, right? Kind of where I'm at with that. When I said once per combat, your own eyes gaslit you into reading it like that too. Yeah, I don't know what just happened. I was like, oh, okay. I think that the setup here is too much. Not in terms of power, in terms of, this is too much on the action economy for you. I would just say, like, start out with this as, whenever you pass a check to dodge, or a check to attack, or to save to dodge or block, you can choose to go berserk and do the fighting, the fighting combo, stuff like that, right? If I got time to recommend. Time to recommend what? What do I think of using Berserk State as a resource? Well, the fact that, like, there's other ways to just trigger it in the game. Like, it can't be a resource because Apoplex exists. And because there's a spell in the game, and you can choose to be a willing target, there's not really a way to let Berserk just be a thing that you can do. It can go infinite way too easy. And, like, if you go Berserk, recommend what to use instead. You can incur fatigue, but that's kind of rough. I mean, I might start there. But I'd also, like... I'd also try to avoid a lot of tracking is kind of where I'm at with that, you know? Yeah. Like, I try to reduce the amount of tracking that's going on. Fatigue is about as close as I would recommend. Or, like, because if the perk is they're one size larger and can explode, well, now we have two problems here. This is contradicting this right here. Yeah, I'm not totally sure. I just know that right off the first blush, I feel like there's a lot that you have written here. Like, this is clearly inspired by the video game, right? And because it's inspired by the video game, you have a lot of video game mechanics here. And we're writing for a TTRPG, right? So we need to go like lighter touch with it. We need to think of like how to reduce tracking. We need to think about like what makes sense for like, am I down to micromanage something? And if I am, maybe that's like where spells make sense, you know, and most people are going to go that direction. But for me, as a like whenever I wrote Vagabond, I really wanted Vagabond to hit as like, this is an action game if I'm playing a martial. If I just wanted to play a dumb fighter that goes in and does dumb fighter things, I wanted you to be able to do that, right? And I would try to pull back. I would try to pull back any tracking from a lot of martials. Yeah. Do I think spells are the answer? I mean, you're trying to go for something from a video game, and if I'm going off of number one, the real world inspiration, I don't know if criminals over in Japan are slinging spells, but if they are, I need to see that shit immediately. You know how cool fucking GTA mages sound? Is that just Mage the Ascension? So I don't know much about the video game. If it's not fitting in the video game, I wouldn't just throw spells on it because you're like, oh, okay, this is how to fix it, right? No, don't do that. Yeah, I'm not totally sure. But the rest of the class, after the first, like, 3 levels, clicks. I don't know exactly how useful this is going to be. And typically, we tend to see, at least for Vagabond, 4th and 8th are supposed to be like a scaling level, right? Even there's that fire breath thing, but it's not practical. Yeah, and I don't really know the, like, the source material. So that's where I'm like, yeah. So yeah, my recommendation right now would be, or at least like as the guy that wrote the system, this is not a feature. This is something to kind of force this to work right here. And I think you can express this a lot easier, and it's not as clumsy as this right here. And then you can actually move that second level up over into your first, where it's supposed to be. And then, I think this makes sense to go in at second level, and then you have something different to scale off of 4th. That's kind of where I'm at with that, but yeah. You use the symbol to learn, but not fundamental. Wait, even more fundamental. Oh. Okay. Now, with that, that's 4 hours. Ugh, my voice is shot. Fear for Iron Will. Yeah, something like that. My voice is shot. Who else is streaming right now? Oh. Wait, I gotta turn that one up. Ooh. Please rest up. Oh, I will be. Yeah, I woke up this morning and my throat was sore because of the cold. Where am I sending you guys? Who's streaming right now? Ooh, all right. Hey, I'm gonna send you guys over to Ted. Go say hey. Let him know who sent you. They are playing Phandelver and Below right now. Go be nice, people. Thank you, everybody, for submitting. We'll do another one next week. The plan is to do these. The plan is to do these every Wednesday. So come hang out. Ted, you don't have restreaming turned on. Or redirecting. Okay. Okay. Night Harrow's on. Go say hey. He was the whole reason I got to actually go to Gen Con 2023. Yeah, thank you guys for submitting. I am going to get some Fisherman's Friend and go chill out. And yeah, you all have a good night. And I'll see you all very, very soon.